Hi, everyone. It looks like the webinar has started. So I'm just going to give one more minute to let more people log on, and then we can get going. Thanks everyone for coming. So, hi everyone. I'm still gonna give it another few minutes to let people log on. But I just want to use this opportunity to just welcome everyone. Thank you all for coming. My name is Alyssa Diamond. I'm a 3L here at Fordham Law, and I am the Symposium editor of the Fordham International Law Journal. And we're so excited to welcome you all to our Volume 45 Spring Symposium, Defining the New Normal, How Vaccines Are Shaping the Modern World. I want to give a few thank yous at this moment. First of all, to our executive board, particularly our editor-in-chief, Magdalene Sullivan, our managing editor, Sydney Wolofsky, and our online content editor, Julia Tedesco, who all worked closely with me to get this running smoothly today. I would like to thank our faculty advisors, Andrew Kent and Carl Minsner, who are both professors here at Fordham, as well as the Fordham Law School media team for helping this run smoothly today over Zoom. I wish that we were all together in a room right now, but the benefit of Zoom is that our reach is probably even wider, which is very exciting. And I'm glad that we're able to be together, even if it's not in person. And finally, to Chanel Holly and Morgan Benedict from the Fordham Law CLE office. I am going to be saying more about them and about our CLE program and how the attorneys in the audience can get CLE credit, but know that they will both be here and monitoring in case people do have questions about getting their CLEs. So with that, I want to pass it over to Fordham Law Associate Dean Joseph Landau, who would also like to give a few welcome remarks.
Thanks so much, Alyssa. And it's really a pleasure to be able to offer some welcoming remarks, to see all of you joining in the webinar. I'm so proud of the journal and our students for designing a symposium that's not only timely, but also one that's tackling these critical issues of global equity, privacy, the role of workplace vaccine mandates in a post-COVID world, this topic of vaccinations, couldn't be more front and center in our world. And it's critical that we have experts to help us puzzle through the tough questions that we're dealing with now and that we will be dealing with most likely for some time ahead. I'm especially proud that this is the 45th year of the Fordham International Law Journal. That makes this symposium especially important and special. The journal, the ILJ, has already published 3 books this year. 2 more are on the way. That includes this symposium issue, of course, and then a 5th and final book that's dedicated to articles about displaced persons. We have today a wonderful array of speakers, presenters who are law professors, legal practitioners, of course, epidemiologists, not just from the United States, but from the world over. And that diversity and dichotomy of speakers makes this symposium especially exciting and impactful. These are experts at the forefront of the issues, and we're really excited to hear what they have to say. So thank you for joining. Thanks to all of you panelists for taking time out of your very, very busy lives to shed your wisdom and insights for us. We need you. We rely on you. And we're immensely grateful for all you do for us. Many of you come in and out of our doors on a regular basis, and we can't thank you enough for having such an important role in our institution and playing such a key role in educating our students. I also want to congratulate the board of the ILJ and its leadership. Of course, Alyssa Diamond, the symposium editor, to you for pulling off such a terrific day and list of events and panel presentations. Of course, the editor-in-chief, Magdalene Sullivan, and the managing editor, Sydney Wolofsky. I hope that you all will have a wonderful time talking, debating, discussing. This is indeed very exciting, and thank you for giving me a few minutes to be part of this great day. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Alyssa.
Thank you so much, Dean Landau. It's great to have you here as well. Okay, so we are going to throw it over to our first panel shortly, but I just want to give a couple administrative notes right now. So first of all, everybody should have received a copy of today's agenda along with some additional CLE materials. For the attorneys in the audience today, if you would like to receive CLE credit, you must complete the affidavit and evaluation forms within 30 days of this event. I will read the CLE code at the beginning of each panel, and I will also share my screen so you can see the CLE code. You must attend the full panel to receive credit for it, and someone from the CLE team will be monitoring the chat in case anybody has any questions about getting your CLE credits for this. Additionally, I want to note that today's session is being recorded. Additionally, there is a live transcript feature if you want to have the closed captioning on. Please note that it's AI and not entirely accurate, so it'll do its best. I also want to correct myself. The CLE office will be monitoring the Q&A feature and not the chat. The chat is turned off for audience members. So any questions that you have either for the CLE office or for the Q&A session, which will be at the end of every panel, you can put that into the Q&A session. Additionally, because this is a webinar, the audience members will not be able to have their cameras on or be able to raise their hand. So any questions that you might have, put into that Q&A and we'll be monitoring that and we can get to it either. If it's a CLE question, then our CLE team will answer it, or if it's a question for our panelists, then we will hopefully get to it during our panels. So with that, we are going to get started with our first panel. Our first panel today is vaccinations. It's about vaccine equity, and it will be moderated by it'll be moderated by adjunct professor at Fordham Law School, Wendy Luftig. We are very excited to have her. So I will hand it off to her, but first let me just share my screen to give the CLE information. Right, one second. Okay, so you should all be able to see my screen. So for those of you who are looking to get CLE credit for this first panel, vaccinations, how we close the global vaccine equity gap, the CLE code is VHC22. Again, it's VHC22. If you want to get CLE credit for this, you need to attend the whole panel and fill out the attestation form and the affidavit within 30 days of this event. So with that, I am going to stop sharing and pass it over. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Alyssa. Good morning and welcome everyone to this symposium sponsored by the Fordham International Law Journal entitled Defining the New Normal, How Vaccinations Are Shaping the Modern World. And as Alyssa said, my name is Wendy Luftig. I'm an adjunct law professor at Fordham. As we launch into our first discussion, let's set the stage a bit. Checking recent World Health Organization data as we enter the third year of the global COVID pandemic, Here are some sobering statistics. 416 million cases of COVID globally, 5.8 million deaths globally. In the US, 78.2 million cases and 930,000 deaths. The Americas and Europe have been the most hard hit. These figures are shocking, they're breathtaking, an almost incalculable toll in terms of death, morbidity, an upending of daily lives and global economies. At the same time, as of February 2022, there have been 10.2 trillion vaccine doses administered. In some ways, an enormous accomplishment. The vaccine was the miracle that was supposed to bring everything back to normal or near normal. Yet there are significant gaps in vaccine access, delivery, cost on a national level, particularly in the US, and certainly globally. With that backdrop, our panelists for this session are Professor Jennifer Nuzzo from the Johns Hopkins School of Public Health, a noted epidemiologist in the field of global health security. Garrett Wilkinson, a policy researcher at Partners in Health, an organization working on the logistical, policy, and legal challenges with respect to global vaccine delivery. And finally, Professor Jorge Contreras from the University of Utah School of Law, a prominent expert in patent and technology law, who has published extensively throughout the pandemic about the legal challenges and patent issues that have arisen with respect to vaccines and vaccine delivery. So, Professor Nuzzo, if we could start with you. Can you tell us what is global health security? What does it mean with respect to the COVID pandemic?
Yeah, thank you for that question, and really thank you to you for moderating this session, and to Fordham Law for hosting what is really going to be, I think, a fascinating conversation. I'm very excited to hear from my co-panelists. But maybe speaking from outside of the field of law, I'm an epidemiologist and someone who has studied infectious disease outbreaks for more than 20 years. And the notion of studying infectious disease outbreaks is certainly not something that's new to public health. It's probably the founding challenge for the field of public health. But how we have viewed health is something that has very much changed with the evolution of society and with the evolution of the field. And the term health security and the field of health security really arose from a growing acknowledgement that health is not just about the counting of illnesses and deaths and what that means to individuals in terms of their personal medical situation, but really what it means to the strength and security of countries. And part of that recognition came about because of world events and seeing how threats to health could do more than just shave years of life in terms of life expectancy or result in excess deaths, but potentially destabilize countries. And I think for the field, probably a galvanizing moment was September 11th. It was certainly galvanizing for me personally. I was an epidemiologist in New York City following the events of September 11th, and it really did change how we thought about our work and what the purpose of our work was. But it wasn't just September 11th. I mean, that was a very galvanizing moment where we recognized that public health wasn't just some dusty field that could only operate from 9 to 5. It needed to be operational around the clock and every single day of the week. That was something that we had a position that we had gotten to from many years of neglect. And after September 11th, there was a real desire to correct that and bring the field up to normal. But lest people believe that this was just a work of September 11th. There were many other events. If you were in New York around that time, you probably remember the West Nile virus that came seemingly out of nowhere and caused quite a fair amount of disruption. But really it was just an endless string of infectious disease emergencies. But one thing I always like to point out is that this idea of public health working in the security space or being an important partner in ensuring national security, while we became acutely aware of it after 2001, the need for a greater integration of public health into those efforts. You know, it wasn't invented after 2001, and many people have probably heard of the CDC's Epidemic Intelligence Service, the sort of famed disease detectives that have been the subject of countless movies and books. That service was actually founded basically out of an acute concern that the conflict in Korea during the Korean War would result in the deliberate use of a pathogen, basically a bio attack, and that we would need to have public health and medical professionals who could evaluate what was happening and to interpret whether such an attack had occurred. So the idea of health security, maybe our giving it a name is relatively new in the field of public health, but certainly the role of public health in strengthening national security is not a new phenomenon by any means.
Yeah, it's a fascinating connection between public health and when you actually think of security issues and destabilizations of governments. Now, with respect to COVID itself, I'm wondering if you could say something about the strategies for global containment. I'm thinking about quarantines, mandates, whether it's masks or certainly vaccines, things like travel bans. Many of these strategies, these legal issues, raise issues related to discrimination and infringement on liberty interests. Should these concepts be modified during a global pandemic, particularly of an infectious disease? And I'm wondering, has public health fallen short in this area, particularly in the US, during this particular crisis? And also how that would affect the global effort?
Yeah, I mean, those are really great questions. I would say from the public health perspective, the term containment actually has a very specific meaning, and it basically is efforts that we try to undertake to stop a disease from spreading at its source, basically to stop it so it doesn't spill over borders or move around the world. And the idea being that, if you can do that, if you can do that when it's still an outbreak, you can avert an epidemic or a pandemic, something, larger in geographic scope. And there are there's incredible value in containment approaches, not the least of which is averting a global crisis if you can stop something at its source. And I think containment for a long time has been an important goal of public health. But I would argue that some pathogens are much more amenable to containment approaches than others. And respiratory viruses like COVID-19, or the virus that causes the SARS-CoV-2 virus that causes COVID-19, the disease, they're really tough to stop at their source. And there's a lot of biological reasons for that and some clinical reasons for that. It doesn't mean that people don't try, but for me personally, when I heard that this was a respiratory pathogen that was easily spreading between people, and that was something that we knew very early on, in January, I mean, I just knew we were going to be in a global pandemic because I just literally did not think we could stop it at the borders and all the other methods that we were trying. Nonetheless, countries try, and I think the premise of sort of international approaches to controlling the spread of disease is that we want the measures that countries use to be the ones that are supported by the evidence. Now, we don't always have evidence, but sometimes we have evidence that they're not going to work. And when we have evidence that they're not going to work, we have to be very cautious about it. So for that reason, I was deeply worried about the travel restrictions, in part because I did not think that they were likely to keep the virus out of countries. And if they bought us time, maybe just a few weeks. Unfortunately, we saw that some countries, like island nations, were able to use the amount of time that it bought them to kind of ramp up their domestic measures aimed at trying to mitigate the spread within their borders. But many other countries just kind of assumed that they were good, and I'll put the United States in that. The downside of some of these measures is that they can carry harms, and we always have to balance what we think the likely benefits are with the harms. I think a very egregious example of the use of travel restrictions was when South Africa reported that it had discovered a previously unknown genetic variant, the Omicron variant. And countries reacted by stopping travel or restricting travel from South Africa, basically enacting a penalty on a country that benefited the world by doing more surveillance than most countries and sharing those data with the rest of the world so that we could better understand what was happening. And, that has had honestly a chilling effect, I think, in a number of countries who look at what happened to South Africa and think, why would I ever go look for a virus if the first thing that's going to happen is that I get slapped with economic sanctions, which is essentially what travel restrictions are. So, I mean, that's just one example of an approach that we use to either slow the spread, dampen the spread, potentially in some cases stop the spread. My general takeaway that I want people to understand is that it's not always the same measure that's useful for the situation, and we have to consider very much the specific epidemiology and stopping Ebola at its source is a much different endeavor than trying to stop a fast-moving respiratory virus that basically in many people doesn't cause symptoms or can look like a cold. It's much, much harder to use measures to stop things at borders than, say, the first SARS virus that caused the SARS epidemic in 2003. We got so lucky because that virus was very different than this one. That virus was most contagious in people when they were so sick, they were probably already in the hospital. And that gave some real control advantages. It made it easier to control through infection prevention measures in hospitals so that we could prevent doctors and nurses from getting sick in the care of patients and then bringing that back to their families and their community members. But again, we have to consider the specific science of the situation in order to know which measures. And I think sometimes countries default to just a playbook of options and think that they can apply them, kind of indiscriminately without evaluating what the benefits and potential harms may be.
So again, fascinating. You mentioned the specific science and gearing the policy to the specific science. And I'd like to talk a little bit about the anti-vax movement because, there's a historic, and I thought it would never be questioned, case in U.S. law from 1905, the Jacobson case on mandatory vaccination. And who would have thought that we come more than a century later to this global pandemic, and after enormous amounts of investment and scientific expertise, we have a vaccine, and yet there is such resistance and so much questioning of the science. It's kind of shocking. I think still in the United States, 25 to 30% of the population has not been vaccinated at all. And can you talk about that and how the anti-vax movement sort of proliferated? We knew there was the case with the autism, et cetera, but how it proliferated, and particularly here in the United States, how it has prevented us from fully containing the virus, and also the implications globally, because I believe the anti-vax movement is not just US based, but also we see it globally.
Yeah, so this is something that public health has been dealing with for quite some time, where we've been seeing, falling vaccination rates, in this country and across the globe, and, increasing opposition to mandatory vaccines for routine immunizations like measles, for instance. So this has been something that's been kind of on the menu of things that we've been worrying about for quite some time. But I have to honestly tell you, going through COVID, and I have at this point probably spoken to thousands of people who I personally call them not yet convinced of the benefits of vaccines, rather than give them that label, because they come to that position for a variety of different reasons and circumstances. I can tell you, it is nothing like I have ever seen at any other point in my career. And it's partially because this is a new virus. I mean, we have to just be honest about the fact this is a new virus. These are new vaccines. There's your new vaccines for a new virus using new technologies. And we can't discount that and not expect that to have some impact on people's initial willingness to get vaccinated. But what is fundamentally different, I think, about this situation than I have seen in other points of my career is that I have seen all manner of people with false beliefs about COVID, not because they are conspiracy theorists, some of them have been, but reasonable people, educated people, people that otherwise you would think should know better, who have come to believe the wrong things. And I have only to conclude that it's because we have an information environment that's completely saturated with lies, where it is just easier to find lies when you do your own research than it is to find the truth. I mean, I had a very senior person in Washington, D.C., someone who used to hold a very high level position in the US government in charged with defending the security of this nation, who asked me a question about what was something that, for me, I could Google and find that this was just a conspiracy theory. Ask a question in all honesty. I mean, I don't blame this person, but the fact that he couldn't figure out, using the knowledge that he has and the research skills that he has, why this was not likely to be true. At that moment, I thought, this is not the same. This is an asymmetric war, informational war. People are well-intentioned and trying to do research, but are finding lies instead of facts. Then you have to add on top of that, we talk about following the science and trusting in medicine and everything. That's great if science and medicine have been there for you. But I can tell you, in the thousands of people that I've spoke to, they very frequently say to me, we don't know who we can trust. And then I say, well, can you talk to your doctor? They almost never have one. So if you're not someone who has been served by the medical community, that the medical community has not been there for you to help you live your life in a healthier way, why would you suddenly think that the medical community has something new to offer you that's going to save your life when, you've never been able to see somebody for whatever situation, other health situations you've had. So there are some systemic societal problems here that we can't continue to ignore if we want to move ahead. Now, some people try to short circuit that and say, well, let's just mandate the vaccines. Now, I want everybody to get vaccinated because I think it's highly beneficial to the country. It's highly beneficial to individuals. And, we're all sick of this pandemic and want it to be over. But I do worry deeply about trying to shortcut the process of talking to people and answering their questions and debunking the misinformation that they've had and dealing with those trust issues through vaccines. I will tell you, some of the people I've spoken to do fall on the very, extreme perspectives. But when I talk to them, and the notion before vaccine mandates ever came up, that's when you saw them going from wanting to find out more about the vaccine to just getting entrenched in their political beliefs. And they said, if someone asks me for a vaccine passport, they're going to see the end of my rifle. And, we have to do something about that. And I think I think there are some people who just need the nudge, and the mandates are enough to nudge, but there are some other people that I worry could actually backfire. So I think we have to take a more holistic view of these issues with the ultimate pragmatic goal of getting more people vaccinated.
And Jennifer, we just had a question, and I was going to save them for the end, but let's bring this one in. Someone is asking why you even have medical professionals, doctors, nurses, etc., a minority to be sure, but speaking against the vaccine. And, I will say personally, as someone who is in the field, we can all empathize with the fact that mRNA vaccines are new. They are new. It is a new technology. That the first authorization of the vaccine was emergency use authorization. So we have to understand there is some trepidation here. But after the vaccine was approved, after the data came out that it is clearly working, that's what's troubling, that the misinformation just took over and people became so entrenched. But yes, I think you're right. The idea of a mandate, particularly, do you think it's in the United States especially, where we have this notion of individual liberty and personal liberty, it can be very challenging.
So I won't say in the United States especially. I think there are some countries where there is a higher degree of trust, and people, the mandates are just, an administrative benefit to countries. But this is a global problem. But it's a global problem that I believe the United States is at the center of. And part of why we are at the center of it is from our social media platforms. Why, after the authorization and the data came out, people didn't just read the data and get the benefits, it's because they've literally been duped. And prior to the authorization of the vaccines, there was a report that came out by this group called Center for Combating Digital Hate. They basically went sort of undercover in a bunch of anti-vax Facebook meetings and found, I don't even want to say a bunch of groups, but probably about a dozen or so noted anti-vax personalities organizing themselves, recognizing that COVID and COVID vaccines represented a historic opportunity to grow the percentage of the globe that is hesitant about vaccines. And they organized themselves and they were ready to go from day one. And the only thing that they have to do is to sow doubt. They don't have to convince you to show up to a clinic to get vaccinated. They just have to put a question mark in your mind. And that question mark may be enough to prevent you from going. These people that we're talking about, first of all, one thing I've learned from the reports that have come out of CCPH is that it's not like hundreds and thousands of people who are doing this. They have found that 12 personalities account for more than 2/3 of the anti-vax information online. These people are doing it for profit. They make money off of this. They either are trying to sell people something instead of vaccines, or, and usually in both, they make money off of the likes and clicks that the algorithms pay them for. And we know that lies get more likes and clicks and shares than the truth. So it literally pays to lie on the internet. And these people are doing this for tens of millions of dollars. Some of them are international businesses that have like farms of people that are spreading their anti-vax memes in multiple countries. So when I say this is an asymmetric fight, this is informational warfare, it's informational warfare where people have basically established a new industry where all you have to do is share lies and you can make millions.
We could go on with that topic, I think, endlessly, but I do want to move to something else because this is an international symposium on international issues as well. So can you talk a little bit about inequities in vaccine distribution globally in particular, and maybe how the anti-vax movement proliferates and how it's affected the ability of countries and perhaps to work with corporations to distribute the vaccine globally?
Yeah, so our inabilities to get vaccines widely around the world and the quantities are needed is probably the single biggest moral and pragmatic failing of this pandemic. As of today, just about 10% of people living in low-income countries have gotten one dose of vaccine. So we have to acknowledge that there are deep imbalances that happen according to income lines in terms of which countries have been able to get vaccines to protect their populations versus others. I am deeply worried about vaccine hesitancy, and when I see people dying unnecessarily despite the availability of ample quantities of vaccines, I consider that like a tragedy beyond a tragedy. But in terms of global vaccine distribution, it is really about an imbalance of supply and access, more so than vaccine hesitancy. Now, it doesn't mean that there won't be vaccine hesitancy in many of the countries, but right now it's about the fact that countries aren't able to purchase the vaccines that they want to get for their countries, that they are beholden to others for donations that have typically come without notice and possibly within weeks of vaccines expiring. That is just operationally infeasible. No country can use a vaccine that shows up with no notice and that's about to expire within days or weeks. So it is a great scientific miracle that we have these vaccines, but the truth of the matter is the hard work, convincing people to take it, but figuring out how to distribute it and how to share it and how to make enough so that every country has enough is the real challenge. And we have no clear plans for addressing it. There have been proposals, but no clear effort to make sure that we can achieve that. And honestly, I mean, if the morality of it weren't enough, this is really for the people who are wondering when this pandemic is over. The answer is, if you don't want to keep hearing about every other letter of the Greek alphabet variant, we have to make sure that other countries can get vaccines to protect their people.
So this is going to be a great segue into our next speaker, but before, and I'll remind the audience, I know a lot of questions have come in for you, Professor Nuzzo. We're going to hold some of them until the end. But there's going to be another pandemic. Okay, we're not finished with this one yet, as you just said, but there's going to be another pandemic. And I wonder if you can just, because I know you've thought about this, some recommendations for how to do it differently in the future. If you've thought about some strategies for the next time.
Yeah. I was very fortunate in December that I was asked to give a TED Talk, and they asked me when they asked me to give the TED Talk, what do you want to talk about? What are you most worried about? And this was it was pre-Omicron, and I was deeply worried that we were gonna, wipe our brow and be like, whew, that was bad. Glad we don't have to go through that for another 100 years. The reality is we live in an era of epidemics and potentially pandemics. Global conditions are favoring the continued emergence of new pathogens. And once they emerge, their global conditions are such that they tend to spread really quickly. So this is our new normal. The fact that we have to continually worry about this, just like, people who live in floodplains have to worry about flooding, just like people who live in, hurricane prone areas have to have plans and know what to do. We need plans for recurring pandemic threats. I did in the talk, if you're interested, talk about a few things, what I think we need to do differently. But one of the things that we need to do is to really kind of equip ourselves with strategies for responding to these threats that don't necessarily involve shutting down life for 3 years, because that's just very difficult. It's only possible for some, not all of us, and it may actually kind of concentrate the inequities. We need more sustainable approaches. One of the things that I worry about is our data to know when these threats are happening and to characterize how they're spreading are poor. So I would rather know what are the environments and the conditions that favor, where are people getting COVID? Nobody can tell you that because we've not actually done detailed enough studies to figure that out. But we need to figure those things out, because you can't just tell people stay home for 2 years. Some of us can do that, but a lot of us can't. And it's not fair that only the kind of wealthy workers can sit at home and protect themselves when other people have to go out and power society and put themselves in harm's way in ways that we don't understand.
So I think what you're saying is we're all living now in the eye of the storm. It's not just that some of us are in a certain area, we're all in the eye of the storm.
Well,
And
even if this storm is ending, the fact is it's, just because one storm stops doesn't mean you're not going to have another storm. And I have been really worried that our approach to this pandemic is thinking let's just, go hard and then eventually, it'll be over and then we'll be good for 100 years, as opposed to let's figure out how we do respond to these things in a way that we can all tolerate and that maximizes the protection of life. Okay.
Just so much food for thought. And you gave us a wonderful segue into our next speaker, Garrett Wilkinson. And of course, Professor Nuzzo, we're going to come back to you with our questions. But let's move on now to Garrett Wilkinson. Garrett, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Are you? And Garrett is with Partners in Health. And I'd like to start, Garrett, if you could tell us briefly, what is Partners in Health? What is its mission? How is it funded? What would you like to say about Partners in Health so we understand it better? And then we'll move to what you've actually been doing during this pandemic.
Sure, thanks, Wendy. So hi, everybody. I'm Garrett. I'm an activist and policy researcher with Partners in Health. And for the past year, I've been lobbying the Biden administration and Congress on global vaccine equity with a large coalition of other advocates. And I think as Wendy said at the beginning, Partners in Health is a global health delivery and social justice organization that's dedicated to providing the highest quality healthcare to some of the poorest populations in the world. With the 14,000 staff we have, the vast majority of whom are from the 12 countries in which we work. And And while we work in a limited number of settings, we really try to use that clinical work to elicit major policy changes in institutions of global health governance that further the cause of health equity globally. So I'll just give one example before we talk about COVID. Partisan health was started in a time before widespread access to HIV treatment. And that was a time where senior global health officials in the US and Europe were saying that we just needed to let the tens of millions of people in impoverished countries living with HIV die, because it was just too expensive to give them medicines that they needed to save their lives. And at the time, a lot of Western leaders also threw out tons of other excuses to justify letting millions of people die unnecessary deaths. And these excuses included, and this is from the head of USAID in the Bush administration, that people in Africa just couldn't tell time and therefore couldn't take their drugs properly. And Partisan Health was one of the first organizations that delivered antiretroviral HIV treatment in low-income countries, starting in Haiti. And that work helped prove to a lot of people standing in the way of universal access that global HIV care delivery was truly impossible. And some of that early work, in partnership with so many others, led to the creation of things like PEPFAR and the Global Fund that went on to save many millions of lives. And it's that strategy that we try to use to make structural changes on a variety of health issues. We look at precisely what policy decisions made in massive institutions of power contributing to unnecessary sickness and death globally, and then seek to change those. And oftentimes, the recalcitrance of key government officials to change their policies is rooted in this idea that delivering high-quality healthcare in impoverished countries is impossible. And oftentimes, we can use the work Partisan Health is doing as evidence that these notions of impossibility are incorrect. We've done this with tuberculosis, cholera, HPV, surgery, cancer care, and now, of course, COVID. So back to you, Wendy.
Garrett, I think it is important to know, how is Partners in Health funded?
Sure. So PIH is funded, we do our clinical work with financing from a variety of foundations, including family foundations, large individual donors, grants from governments and multilateral organizations with which we work, and a lot of small dollar donors from around the world as well.
And, you know, I think this is an issue that sometimes comes up with international organizations. Yes, it's the moral thing to do. Yes, we know there are enormous inequities. But why should we help fund the world or help the world in these efforts? Is there a benefit that we can get out of it? And, you know, I don't mean to sound cynical, but I think in the global world, particularly with COVID, doesn't this sort of emphasize our interconnectedness? Mm-hmm. So it doesn't just become a moral imperative in some ways, it becomes a self-interested imperative.
Right. I mean, I would just refer to Dr. Nuzzo's comment that, you know, we can probably prevent new variants from arising if we vaccinate the world. And we definitely would have had an even greater chance of preventing variants like Omicron from emerging if we had vaccinated the world quickly with our best vaccines in 2020 and 2021.
Now, one of the things you and I had talked about before is you are someone who actually has been on the ground during this pandemic with Partners in Health in terms of getting the vaccine to underserved populations, to countries that didn't have access. And yet you've encountered obstacles in dealing with the US government. I don't know if you have dealt directly with pharmaceutical manufacturers, but talk to us something about the obstacles, the kinds of obstacles that you've encountered, that your organization has encountered.
Yeah, there's been plenty, and I have a lot to say about this. And Wendy, you're really right to put obstacles with governments in your question in front of obstacles encountered with vaccine makers or pharmaceutical companies, because from the very beginning, we knew that the vaccine supply problem, which, as Jennifer said, is really the problem that still exists, alongside, you know, delivery issues, that the vaccine supply problem was primarily a problem for governments to solve, because we couldn't expect vaccine manufacturers to supply to solve the supply problems themselves. And vaccine supply is somehow still a problem. I mean, Africa has only received approximately 6% of all COVID vaccines, despite having 17% of the world's population. And they've only administered 309 million doses. This is as of January. Less than 10% of people on the African continent are fully vaccinated. And 3 billion people globally have yet to receive even one vaccine dose. And we've all heard a lot of total nonsense from our government over the past year about vaccine supply. And so I want to back up a moment, if I can, Wendy, to give everyone in the room a sense of the enormous consensus on the supply problem and how it could have been solved rapidly. So way back in 2020, global health experts and advocates and Professor Nuzzo and Professor Contreras were among them, warned that avoidable vaccine scarcity was coming. And why was that? It's because vaccine producers would only invest in limited production capacity to meet demand, because it doesn't make sense from a business perspective to spend billions and billions of dollars on enough manufacturing capacity to meet global demand immediately. Rather, you can make more minimal investments in manufacturing capacity, collect everyone's money up front, and then wait for many, many months as your limited capacity produces doses over a longer period of time. That's the economical decision from a business perspective. And more doses were purchased in 2021 than were delivered, demonstrating that manufacturing capacity, not willingness to buy the doses, was the bottleneck. So the obvious solution that many experts proposed was merely for governments to increase the number of COVID vaccine manufacturing lines, especially for mRNA vaccines around the world. And recommendations poured in to the Biden administration from that they should scale vaccine manufacturing to rapidly meet global needs, from his chief COVID advisor, Anthony Fauci, from the World Health Organization, from numerous current and former heads of state, from over half the Democratic caucus of the House of Representatives, from hundreds and hundreds of scientific and civil society organizations and labor unions, and millions of individuals through petitions to the president. But what did Jeff Zients, our country's leader on the COVID response, and Ron Klain, the president's chief of staff, who's running the White House, do? Well, they didn't listen to this consensus. And instead, on their global program, they used about $8 billion, not to expand manufacturing capacity, but to merely purchase 1 billion mRNA vaccine doses from Pfizer from their limited production capacity. So what happened there? Well, that order was put in the back of a very long queue. And as a result, very predictably, the US has only donated about 400 million doses of vaccine globally, just 1/3 of our global target. Hundreds and hundreds of millions of doses the US is supposed to donate haven't even been produced yet. And this is akin to us all in this room being in a burning house. It's burning down, and we call the fire department for help. And they say, oh, we have hundreds of thousands of gallons of water that we can come give you to put it out, but we won't give you that water until next year. And as we're all burning and some of us are dying, the fire department does a press lap after press lap, telling everyone in our community how that they're putting out our fire, never mentioning that the water we desperately need to save our lives will come long after most of us have been burned. Now, to augment my analogy here, there's good evidence that vaccine doses administered post-infection are still important to prevent reinfection and therefore new variants. But on the contrary, on vaccine supply, China actually did listen to the experts. The Chinese government actually scaled capacity domestically and built factories in developing countries, including 3 in Africa, and have really put our country to shame by to date exporting about 1.6 billion doses of their vaccines to developing countries. And that's 4 times what the United States has been able to do. Now, unfortunately, their vaccines don't work very well, and countries have spent a lot of money purchasing vaccines that are demonstrably inferior to the vaccines that we could have supplied to them. So that's some comments on the problem, and I have a lot of ideas for how we can fill the supply gap, but I'll stop there in case you have any questions for me.
One question I have is, you did say we were supposed to supply. Were there any commitments that we made to the global effort? And I guess the other question that always comes up is, why is the US making this kind of commitment? Has Europe made this kind of commitment? And also, doesn't this also involve working with the pharmaceutical manufacturers who hold patented products, and you have to negotiate with them, and you have to, etc. So it may not be as simple or as just we decided to withhold vaccines we didn't distribute. Is it that simple?
Well, unfortunately, my view is that yes, it is, and that there's some
Well,
there. And so you asked 3 questions that I can answer. One is, what has been the U.S. commitment? The U.S. commitment has been 1.2 billion doses donated, and they're probably going to reach that maybe in the latter half of this year. And my argument is that
who did we make that commitment to? How was the commitment made?
So the U.S. said we've bought 1.2 billion doses of vaccine and we'll distribute them, most of them through COVAX, to low-income countries, and we're going to donate them for free. So that was the commitment that we made. Second, have other countries done as much? In terms of donations, no, the U.S. is first in terms of donations, and the European Union hasn't matched the U.S.'s commitment. That being said, the U.S. in 2019 made up 25% of global GDP. They haven't produced 25% of the world's vaccines that are going to low-income countries. So I think they could even do more, by the benchmark of what's fair. Third, do you have to work with pharmaceutical manufacturers? Yeah, you do. And there are easier and harder ways to do that. And I'd love to talk about some of our ideas that would provide probably a pretty great segue into Professor Contreras' comments on how to scale supply.
So great segue to our final speaker, who's going to solve all our problems for us. Because Garrett, I think that there are some questions. I'd like to come back. I just want to make sure we get going on the legal and patent issues. And welcome, Professor Jorge Contreras. Can you help us here in solving all this? So, Professor Contreras, once it became apparent at the beginning of the pandemic that a vaccine would be developed, we started hearing discussions about things like compulsory licensing, march-in rights, government use, and the role of patents. So can you talk to us a little bit about the legal mechanisms that we have available in the United States that would now enable the government to work with industry to secure vaccines on a large scale at low cost?
Yeah, absolutely. And thanks very much to Jennifer and Garrett for these for the excellent setup for this. There's not an easy answer, obviously, and I have to remind everyone, if you cast your mind back to January, February of 2020, it was not at all clear that a vaccine was going to be developed anytime soon, right? The primary discussion was around therapeutics in those very early days, right? Because there wasn't a vaccine on the horizon, but there were some therapeutic candidates that were being talked about very early. and so these issues were brought up then. It was, then through the late summer, as the vaccines started to come online, that vaccines entered into the picture. So there are a lot of legal mechanisms at play here. And it's a complicated landscape, right? Every country has its own patent system. There's national protection. So what we do in the United States doesn't really have an effect in Germany or India or other countries. So again, just bear that in mind. So there are ways, right, that supply issues can be addressed through legal mechanisms. And many countries have these. There are both ex ante mechanisms, right? Things that you can do before the crisis arises, and there are ex post mechanisms, things that you can do after it arises. And the things that we're most familiar with are ex post mechanisms, right? So traditional compulsory licensing, which is permitted under the the TRIPS agreement, the trade-related aspects of IP agreement that's part of the World Trade Organization treaty. There, countries have the ability, in order to meet local public health needs, to authorize a local company or even an importer to operate under somebody's patents to produce supply. And that's been done over the last 20 years a number of times in various countries when the supply of HIV, AIDS drugs, cancer therapeutics, and other drugs have been in short supply or too expensive from their Western producers. That's done ex post. A drug exists, and a country can impose these mechanisms, and the holder of whatever those patents are that are being used is paid, right? This isn't expropriation. It's called compulsory licensing, but it's compulsory licensing with a fee. We have similar mechanisms in the US, not quite as explicit, and there are two of them. One is tied to federal funding. Most basic R&D in the biomedical sector in the US is funded to some degree by the National Institutes of Health. They fund approximately $40 billion worth of that research here in the US every year. And one of the quid pro quos, right, for getting that federal funding is that the government has the right then to either use the developed technology for government purposes or to what's called march in, right, to require the federally funded researcher to make any patents that come out of it available to others if there is a problem with supply, right, if needs, and it under this statute, its domestic needs are not being satisfied. And there are arguments about whether, as Garrett indicated, our domestic needs actually extend to eradicating a virus in other countries because it's invariably going to come back across our borders. But there's that, margin rights. And we'll talk about how these haven't really been used before. But the other prong of this approach, right, is for government usage rights under a difficult to remember statute called 28 USC 1498. The federal government has the right to utilize any patent issued in the United States for its own purposes, or to authorize a government contractor to do that, right? And so this covers all types of technology, generally military supplies, or back 50 years ago, this was used for drugs, tetracycline, antibiotics, to supply the US military when there was a need for that. And again, that's compensated, right? The holders of those patents are compensated through a proceeding in the Court of Claims. Those are all ex post mechanisms, right? You've got a drug or a therapy or a vaccine, it exists, and supply isn't being met. So you've got these mechanisms to come and take that existing thing and distribute it more broadly in some way. Interestingly, with the vaccines and COVID-19, we also had a number of ex-ante opportunities to make something happen, which in my view were lost opportunities. We didn't use these. And I guess I just have to say, as far as even the ex-post mechanisms, in the 42 years that the margin rights provision has existed under the 1980 Bayh-Dole Act that created it, it's never been used. There have been numerous petitions to march in to meet supply for drugs that were not being produced by the holders of the patents or their licensees. Patients were in need of them. Still, the government never stepped in to authorize that for various reasons I'm happy to go into. But the ex-ante mechanisms are even more powerful. Those are procurement and funding conditions, right? Before a vaccine exists, the government can, as it did in this case, pre-purchase millions and billions of doses for billions of dollars. And when it's negotiating those types of procurement deals or funding the research needed for something that will be developed in the future, which is what we saw during this pandemic, there are certainly conditions that could be put onto that funding. And those conditions could include pricing, access conditions, and so forth. In fact, back in the 80s, the federal government did impose those sorts of fair pricing requirements as part of their cooperative research and development agreements with industry. But industry objected to those so much that they dropped them. So we have no ex-ante or ex-post mechanisms that are being used at the present, even though they certainly exist under the law.
So, Professor Contreras, with respect to these ex-ante, the pre-purchase agreements, these would be agreements between the federal government and, for example, Pfizer or Moderna for pre-purchase, or all the pharma companies go into a pool, et cetera, et cetera. Is that done pursuant to a statute, or is this just part of the authority of the federal government to make these kinds of purchase agreements? Is it pursuant to a statute of emergency use, or?
There's a whole panoply of federal acquisition regulations and defense acquisition regulations that come into play, which are hugely complicated and detailed, but that they don't prevent these sorts of conditions from being imposed.
Right. But one other thing I wanted to ask, when you have these pre-purchase agreements, and this would affect what Garrett does every day, generally the federal government doesn't account for an international effort. In other words, when we pre-purchase vaccines or try to work out a deal so that we would have sufficient supply for the United States, we're not thinking globally. I suppose we could, but it's generally for the United States, for the well-being and defense of the United States.
That's right. Obviously, to say the obvious, a lot of defense purchases are used overseas.
Yes.
Generally not to help people in other countries, although that's a different story.
Because we don't think that way. Let me move on. I think at the beginning, around the beginning of the first wave or whatever, Moderna, one of the companies that did come up with one of these really revolutionary vaccines, and they deserve enormous credit. They issued a public pledge to not enforce their COVID patents, because they did have a patent on this vaccine, at least they wouldn't enforce patents against other manufacturers, at least during the period of the pandemic. Now, what was the significance of this public pledge? What are its implications? It sounds so magnanimous. Maybe it is in certain ways, maybe it's not, but could you address this idea of a public pledge made by a private corporation to this kind of effort?
Sure. So patents are assets, and companies can and have over the years made public commitments with respect to those assets, and in all sorts of areas, open source software and manufacturing and communications technologies. So this is not a new phenomenon. It's been pretty well studied, and it's actually kind of a pet project of mine to study these pledges. Moderna did step up in October of 2020, and they did pledge a number of existing and potentially new patents to that they wouldn't enforce them against others who made mRNA vaccines. And remember, most of these patents arose before this pandemic was even on the horizon. It takes years to get patents, and the lipid nanoparticle technology that's at the root of the mRNA vaccines, that had uses for all sorts of other things. They started to develop it around the time of the MERS outbreak. But if you look at the patents, they cover everything from AIDS, HIV, to malaria, to veterinary viruses, and you name it. So like every possible thing that you could vaccinate someone against, it's covered by these patents. And lo and behold, there's something that actually was very important that came up in early 2020 that you could vaccinate people against. And so those patents, there are 7 patents that they have in this area. They committed them to the public and said during the pandemic, they wouldn't charge others for using those patents.
Yeah, I think what's sometimes not fully understood by the public or even attorneys is that you get your patent very early on, but by the time you get to commercialize, it can be quite a few years. It's a long road to get approval. There's all the regulatory steps to get the approval and to finally be able to commercialize and ramp up. And that's sometimes not understood. But we then learn, and you were writing about this, that here's Moderna coming out with its public pledge, and not a little bit later, we learn that Moderna gets into some sort of a patent dispute with NIH, because now NIH is stepping forward, and I think this has to do with the Bayh-Dole law. It turns out there may have been federal funding in the development of these inventions that were patented by Moderna, and I wonder if you can speak to that and how that would have made a difference. I don't know if the dispute has been resolved, but how does that make a difference in terms of vaccine availability, and if the NIH had proprietary interests, if they could have made it more available?
Yeah. So this is a fascinating story, and we don't know all of the details yet in the public, but this is even more than the Bayh-Dole Act, right? The Bayh-Dole Act covers federal funding of private research. Here we had actual NIH scientists, like researchers, collaborating with the people from Moderna, which again is not that uncommon. But so there were NIH scientists, and the Bayh-Dole Act allows either a university or a company to own the patents that are developed with federal funding. Here, if there are NIH scientists working and co-inventing this stuff, then the NIH, the government, would be a co-owner of those patents. And if the government is a co-owner, then the government could make those patents available for free or to other countries or whatever it wished to do without the permission of the others, right? So with patents, any co-owner can license the patents to somebody else. You don't need all of them to give permission. They don't even have to account to each other for royalties like they do in the copyright world, right? It's a weird system, but any patent co-owner has total authority to give the patent away to others. So again, those of us who were on the sidelines speculating thought, oh, well, there's this dispute with NIH. So Moderna probably pledged its patents to the public because it figured NIH was going to threaten to do that anyway in this ownership dispute. So what does it have to lose? And maybe that will take off some of the heat from NIH. But as we saw, it didn't. And that's not resolved yet.
It's fascinating. One of the things that I'm picking up as I go through your writings is we really don't, because I think you said at the beginning, with respect to patent law and all of these other issues and the rights the government may have, et cetera, it's very nationalized, not just in the United States, but all over. And yet, if you start looking at the comments of Dr. Nuzzo, Professor Nuzzo, Garrett, who's actually on the ground trying to make this happen, there is no international law framework per se that exists that would allow for global manufacture and distribution, et cetera, of should there be, because we're still not out of COVID and there may be another wave, and we've come to see everything really does with a respiratory virus. We're a global world now, but there's no legal mechanism to sort of get us all out of it. Should there be? How could you envision how that would look? Would there be something with the UN? Would it be the World Health Organization? Any thoughts on that?
So you're absolutely right. The patent world is fractured, right? There are 200 separate patent issuing jurisdictions in the world, and they don't have to talk to each other. We have some treaties, but they're very minimal. They just say basically, they relate to making filings administratively easier in other countries. There's no other commitment. But this could easily be done, and I say easily, I'm grossly understating the difficulty. We did it with copyrights, though, right? With copyrights, under the Berne Convention, all major countries, or really almost all countries in the world, agree that, okay, if a copyright is issued in one country, all the other countries will recognize it. And we've got pretty consistent and standard views of what is copyrightable and what is not. And that works, right? With patents, we don't have that. And the disputes are not just here in the biomedical world, but every industry. Telecommunications is crazy, and I write a lot about this. You've got litigation going on in a dozen different countries simultaneously, races to the courthouse, countries with races to the bottom and how favorable they can make their statutes to different litigants. There's really no need for it. We are a global economy these days in a large way. And, the Europeans managed to do it, right? Europe was a very fractured set of political entities. Yet today, the European Patent Office pretty much makes decisions on patentability in Europe. You still have to get your French patent and your Italian patent and your German patent separately, but those are pretty much rubber stamps. With all apologies to European colleagues, I think most would admit the European Patent Office decides what's going to get a patent in Europe. That could happen. We've got something called the World Intellectual Property Organization, which is part of the UN. Highly conceivable that there could be a global patent examination system. Are we close to that? No, we're definitely not. And I've got to say, the United States would be the #1 opponent, opposing any kind of movement in that direction.
And why would that be? I think it's important to, I can think of the reasons, but if you could state them, because I think it's important for people to understand, why would that be? Why would the US resist something like that?
The US has traditionally taken a very protectionist view in terms of technologies and patents, and has jealously guarded intellectual assets here in the United States, and has opposed every compulsory licensing proposal that other countries have made in the past, with the interesting exception of what's brewing right now in the World Trade Organization as far as COVID vaccines, which we can talk about more. But the U.S. Generally, as a matter of State Department policy and Patent Office policy, wants control over the assets in the U.S. and does not trust other countries.
And I think our economic system, has something to do with that.
Sure,
Yeah,
U.S.
we have
companies benefit. U.S.
Yeah,
companies are benefiting from this, of course.
yeah, it is what it is. I think any final words on again, because it's not, it's so complex. This notion of global vaccine availability and equity is just so complex, and it's not just the government stepping in. It's patents are, companies hold these dearly, and there are profit motives and all sorts of things involved here. It's very complex. But any more thoughts about how are there any other legal mechanisms you can think of that could close this huge inequity we have in
well, I don't know if I've got the solution, but there isn't. I'll just throw in one last thing about another complication, which is it's not all just about patents, as Dr. Nuzzo alluded to. There's a lot of manufacturing know-how, trade secrets, process knowledge that exists in making something like complex mRNA vaccine. And it's not, I'm just reading a patent. I don't know if you've ever read a patent. It's not easy to figure out how to take that piece of paper and take it into, build a factory to make a vaccine. You really need help. And that kind of help really is embodied in a body of law called trade secrets. And there's no compulsory licensing mechanism for trade secrets. There's really no way to get Moderna scientists to go over to some other country and help others create a factory. That's a big obstacle. And the World Trade Organization, what's been called the IP waiver discussion is about whether trade secrets can be obtained from a company that has them. And it's not clear how that would work, even if the World Trade Organization said, you can try this country X. I don't know how you're going to get those Moderna scientists over to the other countries. So, I think at the end of the day, money is a solution. If the way to get Moderna scientists over to the other country is to pay Moderna something, and I think somebody has to be willing to do that to make it worth the while of the companies that have this knowledge, and you have to pay them. Somebody has to pay them.
Yeah, I think this raises, and this may be going beyond the scope of this session, but the whole issue of proprietary interests that one might have in a patent or what have you, and the notion of a commons in a common shared knowledge that the world can have in science and technology. And there is a tension there, and particularly in US law. Okay, I think we have kind of come to the end of comments, but I see we have a lot of questions. So let me, I'm going to read some of these, and I think we have questions for all the panelists. All right, initial speaker says, this person is fully vaccinated and boosted. However, I can understand how people could question the vaccine, especially in light of the numerous incidents of experimentation that have taken place on people without their knowledge. For example, Sloan Kettering Doctor Who in the 50s and 60s injected patients with cancer cells, allegations versus Johns Hopkins, the Henrietta Lacks issue. So, this goes to the whole issue of distrusting the government. Tuskegee was not mentioned, but, and Professor Contreras, I'm sure you know about this. We have there was a Belmont report. We actually have a National Research Act that has addressed some of those egregious concerns involved in clinical trials and medical research. I wonder if you wanted to say anything further on that, or if you have any comment on that. I want to reassure the speaker that those kinds of egregious situations, this is an area that I work in for a large pharmaceutical corporation. There's an enormous amount of regulation, et cetera, that goes into medical research now. But I wonder if you wanted to add something, Professor Contreras, on that.
Sure, absolutely. Right. I mean, a number of those historical cases are, unfortunate incidents in our history. And as a result of them, the federal government, anyway, has taken great attention to at least 50 years ago, with what Professor Luftig mentioned, the so-called Belmont Report was created to establish rules around human subjects research, and human subjects research today is quite heavily regulated. I mean, the complaint is now coming from the other side that it's too heavily regulated, and even to the extent that, giving someone a survey, an anonymous survey, requires all sorts of steps. But certainly clinical trials, drug trials, and so forth are very heavily regulated in the United States. I mean, one of the problems we're seeing is that's causing, I think, 90% of companies now do some trials overseas where the regulations may be less stringent, but other countries are gradually stepping up their protections as well. And if you're a U.S. company, even if you go overseas, you are required under U.S. law to comply with U.S. research human subject protections, even if you go overseas. So you need consent, you need what's called approval from an institutional review board that checks, sort of the protocol for the research. So there's an extensive amount of protection. Not that abuses can't happen, and I'm sure they do happen, but it's much more heavily regulated today than it has been in the past.
Yeah, and I think it's also important to say to this audience, I'm sure Professor Nuzzo knows about this, Garrett knows about this, that not only is it so heavily regulated with informed consent, with institutional review boards, with risk assessment, risk and benefit assessment, but remember with the COVID vaccines, there were, I think in the initial tranche, 45,000 people entered the clinical trials, and that's how we got the data on safety to get the emergency use authorization and ultimately FDA approval. So I do understand there remains this residue of suspicion, and that's very bad. This is something that public health experts have to push against, that we have corrected many of those errors in the past. So I hope that gives some information to the questioner. Next question. The new normal, immunity is gold. We must focus on immunity. Vaccine is international business. So that wasn't really a question, but I guess it's an opinion. Immunity is gold, but you can get immunity. Dr. Nuzzo, am I correct? You can get it from the vaccine as well. It gives you immunity. There are two kinds of immunity.
So I think this question is getting at, it's probably worth just saying something about, which is that there's been a concern that we haven't recognized that people who have prior infection have some level of protection against subsequent infections. And, honestly, I think we have spent far too much time arguing with people who have had COVID that they need to go get vaccinated. There is additional benefits if you go get vaccinated after you've had COVID, but I personally am most worried about the people who haven't had COVID because the vaccine, we're all likely going to be exposed to it at some point in our lives, and the vaccines equip us for that fight and give us protection to go into that fight as strongly as possible. So I don't argue that prior infection yes, prior infection does give you some level of protection. The science seems to say that vaccine plus natural immunity or infection-induced immunity is probably the most potent combination. But I view vaccines as being particularly helpful to go into the fight against the virus.
And of course, if the virus mutates and keeps mutating, maybe natural immunity from exposure to, for example, the Delta strain might not give you immunity to a new strain, which is why if a new vaccine is created or is discovered, or that would be beneficial. Here's another question. A small number of individuals that may have severe reactions to vaccines, that is known. Is this taken into consideration? Are there any tests to check for potential side effects beyond normally predicted? I did want to now here, Professor Contreras, I'm not sure I'm sure you know about this, but we have a law in the United States. There is a vaccine. Um, there's actually a tribunal for people who experience injuries, unusual type side effects from vaccines. And if you
Right.
can establish that, there is compensation. So yes, I think, and certainly in the testing of vaccines, we take that into account. Here's another one. I guess we're all aware of George W. Bush's speech, I believe in 2005, that we should be prepared for future pandemics, and that if we waited for it to occur, it would be too late. He had a list of things that should be done. Any thoughts on why the US did not follow through? And I see Garrett is typing an answer. Garrett, did you want to comment on this? And let me also say, I seem to remember that we did have a vaccine preparedness office somewhere located in some agency of the US government. It may have been HHS under the Obama administration. And I seem to remember that the last administration dismantled that before the pandemic. Garrett, did you have something to add on that?
Sure. On the George Bush question, I think Professor Nuzzo said it well in her first remarks in the first section, where she said that pandemics become less salient to politicians after they subside. And I think to answer that person's question, that's probably why the Congress didn't pick those things up. Now, on the question of Trump dismantling the Pandemic Preparedness Office, I mean, the Biden administration came back and they put together their own pandemic preparedness plan, and it said that we should vaccinate the world within 200 days of recognizing a pandemic threat. And that amounts to 32 billion dose per year production capacity. And they didn't do that at all. And President Biden himself in the campaign trail said that he would invoke his own authority to share vaccine technology to eliminate vaccine scarcity. And he made that promise to Adi Barkan on a public webinar, and he lied. Once in office, he just didn't do it. And so unfortunately, even though we knew that the Trump administration made these mistakes and made a big show that we weren't gonna make them again, we made them again.
Again, this I think is one of the challenging things. Maybe Professor Nuzzo can also comment in epidemiology and in vaccine delivery, is that things change so quickly. There was one point during this pandemic, we really thought we would need more ventilators. And then that changed. And then it was protective equipment. So that's one of the frustrating things I think about a pandemic, when you need to ramp up quickly with something, but then when it's enormously expensive, as Professor Contreras said, this is not easy to do, particularly with vaccines. You need specialty manufacturing facilities. And then by the time all this money is expended and you're able to do it, suddenly the epidemic may subside. So it's very, very challenging. That's one of the challenges. Another question we have here, and I can actually say something about this, does the global approach to smallpox or polio vaccination provide a paradigm for the approach to COVID-19? The reason I'll say something, I don't want to disclose my age, but I, as a young child, had a smallpox vaccination. And yes, smallpox has been, other than we keep some in a secure laboratory, I'm sure Professor Nuzzo knows about that, but smallpox has been eliminated. Smallpox is Professor Nuzzo, tell me if this is correct, one of the relatively few viruses that doesn't seem to have an animal host. It only seems to have a human. So once you can eliminate it in the human population, you're good. And yes, we were able to do that. It was an international effort, I believe led by WHO. Professor Nuzzo, do you have any, you want to add something further on that?
I do. I actually had the privilege of working for 13 years with the man who led the WHO smallpox eradication program, and learned a lot about both that and efforts to eradicate polio. Smallpox is the only human disease that has been eradicated, meaning it does not exist anywhere except for these two laboratories that we know It's not circulating in animals. It's not circulating in people. The technical definition of eradication is that you basically get rid of the virus and then you don't you don't continue to vaccinate it. And that's why you, Wendy, have a smallpox vaccination, but I do. I don't, there is now an effort underway to eradicate polio. I will tell you the DA Henderson, who I worked with, had various skepticisms along the way that polio was eradicable, and there's a lot of sort of that was mostly centered around whether or not we could ever stop vaccinating. There is some incentive to want to stop vaccinating because of concerns of vaccine-derived polio. But nonetheless, it is an effort that's underway. It's experienced a number of setbacks. I think everyone would agree getting rid of polio would be a good thing. I don't think either of them provide a model for COVID. Respiratory viruses are very, very different than those. There's a lot of clinical reasons that are different that you mentioned, whether it circulates in animals. You probably saw the news story that deer are getting COVID, that there are just any number of species that we've now found to have this virus that may potentially contribute to continued mutations that could come back to humans. So I don't think that's a reasonable model. And I would argue that very few respiratory viruses are eradicable. Elimination is a possibility. Elimination is the idea that you keep the case numbers down to small numbers. I personally don't think it's possible, but some people are more pursuant of elimination rather than eradication. I think, in my view, this is probably going to be something more like flu, where we have to deal with it periodically and figure out what our long-term plans are.
The comments of both Garrett and Professor Nuzzo remind me of, and again, this may be tangential, but maybe not. As we're moving forward, we're having sort of simultaneous issues, and one of them is climate change. And as the climate of the Earth changes and habitats change and populations move around, and humans have more exposure to wild animals and et cetera, we are seeing the emergence of many more of these types of viruses. And I wonder if either of you, Garrett, could say something about sort of the intersection of climate change issues and the future of pandemics, that this is probably going to get worse for us, and probably we'll have to figure out better strategies, because this will not go away. We will have another pandemic, and it won't be in another 100 years. It will most likely be much sooner.
Professor Nuzzo is probably the best to answer that question.
So Professor Nuzzo.
So I said that we live in the age or era of pandemics and epidemics, and that's exactly why. This is why we are continuing to see new pathogens emerging. People often say to me, they're like, I feel like, there's always something new, like always some new virus or, pathogen that we're hearing about that people get worried about. And that's true. The frequency with which new pathogens are emerging has steadily increased since the 1940s. And, by the year 2000 was 4 times as great as it was in the 1940s. And that's even if we correct for advances in surveillance. So we are doing all sorts of stuff, both to the planet, to, how we live, to encourage the species, pathogens to jump usually from wildlife to humans. And then once they get suited to causing sickness and being transmitted between humans, they can spread. And that's why, I think it's really important for us not to focus on COVID that's just in front of us, which we obviously have to deal with, but to think of this as like the operating conditions of our lives.
Yeah.
We don't conclude after a hurricane, like, yeah, never again. We conclude, like, what do we have to do to get ready for the next time so that we're not as vulnerable.
We're just about out of time. And I think with that concluding remark and everyone's remarks, and I thank the panel so much, we have learned that there are so many scientific issues and governmental issues and legal issues. And but, they always say the first step in solving a problem is you have to face it. And I think the comments of everyone today have contributed to, I think, educating us about the complexities of these issues. And I hope we start thinking about some solution. So I wanted to thank everyone today. Thank you, Professor Jennifer Nuzzo. Thank you, Garrett Wilkinson from Partners in Health. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Professor Contreras, Jorge Contreras from the University of Utah. Alyssa, I think that's it, and we're really appreciative. So thank you to all.
Thanks, everyone. Thank you to Professor Luftig. Thank you to all of our speakers. We are going to take about a 10-minute break, and the next panel is going to start at 11:40. Hi, everyone. We're going to get started again in just another minute or two. So you can hang tight. Thanks. Hi, everyone. So it's 11:40, which means we are going to get started. Before I turn things over to our moderator and panelists, I just want to remind the attorneys in the audience who would like to get CLE credit for this. You must fill out the affidavit and attestation form within 30 days of this program. Everyone should have gotten the CLE material and the necessary forms in an email. And if you have any questions about getting CLE credit, we have some members of our CLE office present today. You can put your questions into the Q&A feature and they should get back to you. Or you can email the email address that's currently on the screen right now, lawcle@fordham.edu. And the CLE code is also on the screen. It's D as in dog, PP as in Peter, 22. Again, it's DPP22. And with that, I am going to stop sharing my screen and I am going to hand it over to our moderator today, who is adjunct professor at Fordham Law School and the executive director of our Center on Law and Information Policy, Professor Tom Norton.
Thanks, Alyssa, for the intro. Can everybody hear me? Or I guess my panelists can tell me if everyone can hear me. Thanks.
Yes.
Yeah, so thanks for the intro and thanks to the ILJ for hosting this symposium and for hosting this panel and inviting all of us to be on it. So we really appreciate that. I'd like to introduce my panelists who represent really a large part of the world at this point. So first we have Dr. Lisa Zivkovic, an associate at Morrison and Foerster, and also a graduate of Fordham Law School. And our second panelist is Dr. Maria Grazia Porchetta, an assistant professor in IT at Trinity College, Dublin, as well as Artur Pericles Lima Monteiro, visiting fellow at Yale Law School and head of research in freedom of expression at InternetLab. And as Alyssa said, I'm Tom Norton, the executive director of the Fordham Center on Law and Information Policy, and also a member of the adjunct faculty at Fordham Law. So we have this panel discussion today that goes until about 1 p.m. And what we're hopeful to do is to speak for about an hour or so and then leave some time at the end for any questions that the audience might have. And so I would just ask you to, if you do have questions as they come up during the discussion, you can put them in the Q&A and we'll address them at the end. So the pandemic has been a global affair, and it's altered our lives in many ways and impacted us in many ways. But perhaps one of the subtler but more significant ways the pandemic has influenced us has been with regards to our privacy and our data and the protection of those two things. So that's what our panel will focus on today. Before we get into some specifics of how that might have happened and what the pandemic's effect on data and privacy might be, we think it might first be helpful to provide a landscape of the applicable laws across the world that might govern these data and privacy issues as they relate to COVID. So let's just quickly, do a survey of what laws might apply and what sorts of legal and policy regimes are implicated. So starting with the United States, which many of us are probably most familiar with. I think Lisa, you might like to give an overview of that.
Yes, absolutely. Thanks, Tom, and thanks everyone and Alyssa for having me. I'm very excited to be back at Fordham, even virtually. So, as you may know, the privacy regime in the United States is really consists of a patchwork of laws and will vary depending on which sector you belong to. But we are talking about health data. So I thought we would focus on that and want to dispel the notion at the top end of this hour that, because we're talking about health data, that the Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act, or otherwise known as HIPAA, necessarily applies. HIPAA does protect protected health information, but does so, and is subject, and the entities that are subject to HIPAA are typically health insurance companies and healthcare providers. So just because we're dealing with protected health information does not mean that HIPAA necessarily applies. However, there are a number of other laws that would protect health information in the United States and need to be considered when we're collecting this data, such as the California Consumer Privacy Act. So that protects personal information of California residents and is the United States' first real omnibus privacy law that resembles in a lot of ways the GDPR or the General Data Protection Regulation, as I'm sure Maria Grazia will get into shortly, but is really about transparency and therefore affording users notice with respect to what personal information of theirs is collected, how it is used, and with whom it is shared. There are, as you may know, the CCPA will be replaced shortly in 2023 by the California Privacy Rights Act, which will grant additional rights to users. And there will be also the Virginia Consumer Data Protection Act that protects the personal information or affords additional rights to Virginia residents, and the Colorado Privacy Act, which will also go into effect in 2023. I'm sure we will get into a little bit more detail on those, as we go through the rest of the panel, and I don't want to monopolize everyone's time, but the other thing to keep in mind is, one of the main regulatory enforcement agencies in this space happens to be the Federal Trade Commission, and which has power to govern and control unfair and deceptive practices. So to the extent that companies are deceptive in their collection and use of personal information, including health information, the Federal Trade Commission can launch an enforcement action or an investigation. Another set of laws that could be applicable here are data breach notification laws, which require notification in the event that personal information has been subject to unauthorized access or acquisition. And the thing to keep in mind, as between when comparing data breach notification laws versus the omnibus privacy laws, such as the CCPA, is that the definition of personal information under the data breach notification laws is much more narrow. And so, and it usually typically includes things like sensitive personal information, such as social security numbers, driver's license numbers, and that kind of thing. and only about half of the states will include health information in their definition of personal information. So where, you know, companies or contract chasing apps or are collecting health information and there is a data breach, only about notification obligation will only exist in about half of these states. That is not to say that companies should not consider a notification for reputational purposes, and that is something that, you know, we would consider as a law firm in helping clients respond to these data breaches, but that's just something to consider. And then lastly, and we'll go into greater detail about this as we get into an overlap between collection of health information in the context of the pandemic and in the employment context, is that, you know, when we're talking about health information and vaccine information and return to work, there really is an overlap between the privacy regime and employment law, where you have additional privacy considerations to take into consideration, such as that are afforded under the American Disability Act and the like. So that is a very brief, high-level overview, but I hope that is helpful.
Thanks, Lisa. So it seems like there are, you know, multiple laws in effect here in the United States, and in fact, that the laws that we, you know, would be more inclined to think would apply in situations like in a pandemic, like HIPAA, as you mentioned, might not even necessarily apply. So it seems like in the United States, like from a practitioner's perspective, and you know, you're advising clients about how to deal with health data. What is the high level and general advice that you might give, or what's like the major takeaway for a client who's coming to you and saying, you know, what laws do we need to comply with?
Well, so there's a difference between with what laws we need to comply with and what they should do from, you know, I don't want to say best practices because that sounds like, you know, what they have to do, but companies that think about these issues and care about enforcing privacy, you know, the main thing to consider is really, and I think, you know, Maria Grazia and Art would agree, is providing the transparency on the data collection, and, you know, really spelling out to consumers and employees like what information is being collected, why, how it's being used, and with whom it's being shared. And on top of that, you know, implementing certain principles that will be requirements in 2023 in certain states like California, Virginia, and Colorado, such as data minimization. So collecting only what you need to collect, and purpose limitations. So using the data only for these purposes. I think we'll get into this a little bit later, there is a misconception that employers want this data, you know, as we've seen from our clients, you know, that this is something that companies, as the pandemic hit and, you know, companies were trying to facilitate a return to work, you know, in some cases, a voluntary return to work, in other cases for essential workers, required return to work, you know, how to do so in a safe manner and, you know, promote public health, like to ensure that, you know, people are not congregating in a small space that might be exposed to COVID, without collecting too much of this data. And quite frankly, you know, depending on the implementations that that employers, depending on what kind of, you know, mechanisms employers have used to collect such data, such as temperature guns or, you know, thermal cameras, you know, it could open up additional, you know, privacy concerns that are unwanted. Like, you know, we had a client that, you know, put in these thermal cameras to facilitate entry into and out of buildings, and these thermal cameras also by default turned on facial recognition. And you know, the client was unaware and had to quickly turn it off. The data was being exported back to the manufacturer, which is not something that they wanted. And, you know, collecting facial recognition data, as you know, opens the door to biometric information privacy law concerns like BIPA in Illinois and Texas. which are subject to class actions and can be a real headache for clients. And so I think, as long as that they're providing the required transparency and, abiding by certain privacy principles, that's what we would recommend.
Great. And those principles that you refer to, things like purpose limitation and minimizing the amount of data that you collect, they're starting to appear in the United States privacy laws, but they're largely taken from privacy laws that predate them out of Europe, such as the General Data Protection Regulation, where we see those principles codified into law. Maria Grazia, would you like to give us perspective on the European applicable regime?
Oh, with pleasure. But first, I'd like to say that thank you, Tom. I'm so pleased to be here today. So thanks very much for having me and for allowing me to contribute to such a great panel. I think that the answer could be, there are two potential answers. One is very simple and the other one is nuanced. The simple answer is the EU approach couldn't be more different to the US's approach. There tends to be an overarching umbrella framework, which is the GDPR that you just mentioned, unlike the fragmented framework that Lisa was explaining. And the most substantial difference, perhaps, is the fact that the GDPR is the implementation of a fundamental right, the right to data protection, which is different from the right to respect for private and family life, even though the two share a common origin. And this difference is creating quite some headaches, particularly at courts level. But I think that we should perhaps take a step back and give a more nuanced answer, because some of the principles that Lisa was explaining actually are much older than the GDPR. And when we go back in time, we can find that there are common roots between the two sides of the Atlantic, for sure, when it comes to the processing of personal data. And I'd like to say that because I think it can help making sense of the European Union's response to the pandemic. It would help us understanding why certain mechanisms were in place that weren't at work in different jurisdictions. So one of the things that I like to tell my students, and that leaves them always very surprised, is that the debates and the laws and policies that we're dealing with today are more than half a century old in a way. They find their roots in the 1960s to early 1970s, and we're born together with the internet, basically. And for what concerns the Europe at the time, or the European Union, the European communities, there were two different views or approaches. One view was that you should not collect personal data. You should not collect personal information. And that view was perhaps also trying to draw lessons from fascist and totalitarian experiences. And the idea was, okay, if you really need to collect personal data, you must have a reason to do so. And then you must protect the data. And this is what paved the way for the idea of lawful basis. You can only process the data if these conditions apply. And in theory, or well, in practice, at least this is the way how the Court of Justice of the European Union deals with data protection, is that any processing of data is an interference, constitutes an interference with the fundamental right. Then there was a second view, which was also present in Europe, but particularly championed by the US. And this view saw the potential economic and societal value of data, and therefore argued for the processing of data, but to assuage fears of misuse of data, introduced principles, the famous FIPS, or fair information principles, which are actually the ones that we are talking about. Data minimization, purpose limitation, even though they had slightly different names. And those principles were sort of these two different avenues met, or both informed legislative developments, notably the OECD guidelines and Convention 108, and eventually informed EU data protection law and the conceptualization of a fundamental right to data protection, Article 8 of the Charter, which tries to express both views. So we have this idea that any information relating to an identifiable or identified person, natural person, living person, should be protected, provided that the material and territorial scope of the legislation, in this case the GDPR, applies. And this means that potentially the scope of data protection legislation in the EU is huge. So when it came to data-driven pandemic measures, data protection legislation was always going to apply. And it was always going to apply, well, it was more often than not applicable. There were some exceptions, notably the case of anonymous data. But generally speaking, data-driven measures that related to identifiable or identified individuals called for the application of the GDPR and triggered this idea that the data need to be protected as part or as part of a fundamental right, really. And this is sort of set the ground for pandemic measures in Europe. Now, just to add, the GDPR is not the only instrument that applies when it comes to data-driven pandemic measures or pandemic responses. Depending on the situations or circumstances, the Electronic Privacy Directive would also apply. And then because of the distribution of competences in the European Union, there would be national, member states are empowered to adopt specific rules in the context of employment law or health healthcare. So this means that the responses varied from state to state when it came to employers' collection of personal data, for instance, or for how the national healthcare systems of the different member states collected personal data. But overall, I would say that typically, data protection law applied. Typically, data-driven measures fell within the material and territorial scope of EU data protection law. And as a result, individuals had an expectation of, had a high expectation of data protection because their fundamental rights would be affected.
Yeah, that's great. So you talked about these principles being implemented in the GDPR, and I'm just thinking back to laws in the United States that Lisa touched on, like HIPAA, that may have specific definitions of personal information that may or may not include health information and the types of personal data that would be created or affected by COVID or pandemic related measures. Are there any elements in the GDPR that might speak to health data specifically or requirements around the processing of health data?
Absolutely. Health related information is a special category of personal data, which, on account of the risks to the rights and freedoms of individuals that may derive from the misuse of this data, from the wrong processing of this data, are tend to require greater protection. And not just that, but there must be additional reasons why those data may be collected. So the GDPR has fundamentally a binary regime, one for categories of data that aren't special, such as health-related information, biometric information, as Lisa mentioned, for instance, in the case of cameras that are collecting facial features, or criminal convictions as well, for instance, and a regime for such categories of personal data, which call for both the adoption of different technical and organizational measures, as well as greater justification or benefit from a separate list of lawful bases that must be respected or that must be taken into account in order to justify the collection and subsequent use of this data.
Fantastic. And just to be sure, some data processors, some companies will be tasked not only with complying with US laws, but also EU laws as well, depending on their their global reach. So I think we can return to some of these European concepts later on, but Art is in Brazil, and Brazil has recently enacted a GDPR-like data protection regime there. Art, would you like to tell us about that?
Sure. Thank you, Tom, and happy to be here with Lisa, Maria Gracia, and thank you, Lisa, for arranging this. So yes, absolutely true that Brazil has just adopted a general data protection law, but I think it might be useful to, before we get there, also consider what was happening in Brazil on the backdrop of what was happening with the FIPS and with the GDPR and the European Data Protection Directive before it. So Brazil has been influenced by those frameworks and thinking around that. And the Brazilian, one of the issues around the list of fundamental rights within the Constitution, the 1988 Constitution of Brazil, included providing for a right to respect of private life and privacy more generally. And so from a start point, I think we should also, when we're talking about data processing in Brazil, it was always the case that data processing was subject to the limitations that particular fundamental right afforded. Now, beyond that, the civil code in Brazil also provides for protections for rights of personality, and also before it, the Consumer Protection Code was also explicit even in creating some of what we could call proto-data subject access rights. So there was happening before the enactment of the general data protection law in Brazil, and even before the general protection, so even before that, we saw litigation on what constituted lawful or unlawful processing of personal data in Brazil. Now, of course, there was a reason why we adopted the general data protection law in Brazil, and one obvious reason is that it seems like the international community is moving towards that, and there was a pressure from the perspective of economic integration in adopting a model like that of the European Union. But there were also concerns from civil society and from privacy advocates that we needed something like a general data protection regulation. And that, I think that tells us a bit about how the framework was before the general data protection law, because questions like what exactly is lawful or unlawful, what exactly is protected by the data protection, is protected by the right to privacy, were questions to which we had no clear answers. And I think a clear instance of this, and that gets us to the general data protection law, more recently in the pandemic, during the pandemic, was when the government enacted a provisional measure, which is a kind of primary legislation in Brazil that the executive is authorized to enact and is later reviewed by Congress, ordering all telecoms in Brazil to share subscriber information with the national agency tasked with the national census in Brazil. And this was before Brazil had, as it recently has, enacted data protection, the right to data protection as a fundamental right into the Constitution. And even so, the Supreme Court looked into the general data protection law for principles it could infer the Constitution would also protect. And so the Supreme Court invalidated that provisional measure precisely on the basis of those data protection principles that Lisa and Maria Gracia were discussing. So I think that tells us a bit about how we were always influenced by what was happening elsewhere. But the general data protection law provides us with a clearer model on what are the exact protections that data subjects have.
That's great. So against that backdrop, let's talk about some of the ways that the pandemic, has actually affected individuals' data privacy and their health data specifically. So I'm thinking that maybe we can, go back and do this chronologically, starting with, the earlier days of the pandemic, or at least, the earlier days of the pandemic, to the extent that we were, out in the world, at least here in New York City, if you wanted to visit someplace, there was this primitive contact tracing that was taking place, or maybe we might refer to it as contact logging at this point, where you'd write your name and your phone number on a piece of paper so that the place where you work could contact you if it was discovered later that there were instances of infection there. So what are some of the privacy issues around that, and what sorts of laws are implicated with that sort of tracking? Maria Gracia, do you want to speak on that?
Sure, thank you, Tom. Again, it depends on the perspective that you're adopting. If you're adopting a fundamental rights perspective, then you can look at the question of contact logging and then contact tracing as the need to reconcile two different objectives, that of public health with the protection of a host of fundamental rights, which it could be privacy, it could be data protection, it could be freedom of expression, etc. And given that contact logging and contact tracing were aiming to preserve or enhance public health, obviously they constituted a pretty strong justification, both for the collection of personal data required, as well as possibly the limitation that may be necessary, that may need to be imposed, for instance, in the right to data protection for the sake of protecting and enhancing public health. And so the experience of New York was probably replicated across the globe in a variety of different flavors. And your question is, what kind of legal frameworks are relevant? Well, it depends. Again, it depends on how that contact logging and tracing was being done, who was doing it, what kind of data were collected. So it can get really nuanced and very technical as well. The most or the easiest way for governments, for instance, to contact trace, so as to bypass contact logging and just contact trace, would have been to hoover up telecommunication data. That would have been the easiest. Just let's use location data gathered from the terminal equipments, the mobile phones of individuals. However, that was not available in the European Union because the privacy directive was a barrier to that solution. And the lessons of the data retention saga were very much alive in the minds of both advocates and human rights defenders, policymakers, etc. And this is what paved the way, of course, for an app. And it's the reason why so much of the debate, I think, also was around the development of apps, and that was really beneficial, of course, because we ended up with apps that were scrutinized and that were in keeping with various obligations, GDPR and e-privacy directive included. However, of course, I think it was always known, including in policy documents, that apps or tech-based measures such as those were only going to give half of the answer. We're only going to really help in part, but that other measures were necessary. And those measures spanned the full range of automated and non-automated means. So in a number of countries, we resorted to paper-based contact logging. And at the beginning, that was done in a very haphazard way. I can certainly speak for the experience in Ireland, which I monitored together with colleagues as part of the COVID-19 Law and Human Rights Observatory. So we're trying to monitor how governments were, of course, taken by surprise and acting under considerable time pressure. We're trying to address the situation, and it was perfectly understandable that at the beginning there will be glitches in the system. But for instance, at the beginning, on this side of the Atlantic, governments were more likely to adopt guidance and advice as opposed to pass laws that would require a host of actors to perform contact logging for the sake of contact tracing. And so a variety of people were actually put in the situation, in the unpleasant situation of becoming data controllers. So a number of organizations were becoming data controllers without benefiting necessarily from the right legal basis. For instance, consent is not a viable legal base in this case for contact logging purposes, because you can't give, your consent can be freely given. If you refuse to give your information, well, then you can't access the service, you can't go to the restaurant, you can't, do anything. And the legitimate interest was also not available. So a number of the best legal bases, which are Article 6.1e, which is the necessity for the exercise of official authority vested in a controller or the performance of a task carried out in a public interest, and then 6.1c, the processing for complying with the requirements of a legal measure, were not entirely satisfied, or the requirements of those legal bases were not really being satisfied, because those legal bases require the presence of an instrument that calls for data processing, that meets certain parameters of quality. And those parameters of quality are quite stringent, and guidance and advice were unable to meet those criteria, to meet those parameters. So there were a lot of course, no one, I think at that point in time, no data protection authority would have gone after the poor restaurant down the road trying to do the right thing because of the pandemic. However, the longer the measures were in place, the more likely issues with data collection would arise, including data breaches, for instance. I mean, paper-based data collection can be as problematic as automated data collection. If you don't dispose of the data properly, you're going to play in the hands of fraudsters, etc. So it can be really complicated. And there were some gray areas. I mean, this is again really very technical. But for instance, the GDPR does not apply when data is collected for household purposes. So if you're keeping a diary, the GDPR doesn't apply. But so the governments were asking people to keep lists of their contacts for the sake of contact tracing. So what happened when individuals actually passed that information to contact tracers? Did they become data controllers according to the GDPR? Did they become data processors? There were a lot of matters that were really not resolved. And I mean, these were minor, but I'm mentioning these cases because, or these examples because they happened. At some point, contact tracing efforts became so overwhelmed that the people in Ireland were asked to perform contact tracing on the behalf of contact tracers. And so to take on the role of data processors, perhaps. So very complicated. And just as a last point, there was a lot of attention, apps attracted most of the attention in the debate, but a number of systems that were set up for the sake, for instance, of collecting contact tracing data or to facilitate contact tracing were actually not really scrutinized. And the contact tracing management program here in Ireland, which was the result of public-private partnerships, for instance, and on which plenty of information is available, was not, however, scrutinized to the same degree of apps. So that, for instance, a data protection impact assessment, if it exists, was never published. So it's not possible to enforce transparency as much as one would like to in this case.
Yeah, and you raise a great point about the apps. Now, this question is sort of just open for everybody here. The apps didn't really take on. There was not a lot of buy-in, and so were some of those data processing issues with the paper logging the same explainers as for why the apps didn't didn't really take hold? And what are some other reasons that people were reluctant to buy into the contact tracing app scheme?
I can have a first try at that. So I think the thinking about paper-based contact tracing is really important there, not so much because of the means of the medium that contact tracing is taking place, but rather because of who's doing it. And I think that major question of that people have raised is that in this moment of considerable techlash, where people are usually distrustful, not only of government's data processing, but also of major corporations' involvement in this. I think when you compare, let's say, traditional classic contact tracing, even if it's not paper-based, it's definitely not as automated, and most importantly, is carried out by health professionals. And that is carried out in the context of a relation that socially we understand and generally ascribe some trust to. So we will generally expect that professionals will act within the requirements of their professions, at least, which at the very least means doing no harm. And that's hugely important and might be key to understanding why people were distrustful, or at least not as disposed to, not as willing to using contact tracing apps. But happy to hear from Lisa and Maria.
Yes, I just like to echo what Art was just saying. It's interesting in the U.S. from the U.S. perspective as well, because when I tell people that I'm a privacy and cybersecurity attorney, and in the United States, they often say, "Well, privacy doesn't exist, right? So what does that even mean?" And it's interesting because I think generally speaking, in the U.S., consumers have been somewhat desensitized to providing their personal information to corporations, and in fact, the privacy regime, barring CCPA and the new developments in privacy laws that have really been inspired by the European model. The reasonable expectation of privacy in the Constitution is really about a distrust of governments having access to personal information. And so, there really wasn't much buy-in whatsoever in the US into these contact tracing apps. And, there were a variety of actors as well, including the major partnership between Google and Apple. And it's interesting because despite, essentially giving over our lives to various tech companies in terms of our personal information, consumers in the US really were reluctant to share their health personal information with private corporations, even if the private corporations were partnering with the government in this particular situation. And I'd like to point out that, even though the partnership was just very clear and obvious in this particular circumstance, government contracting of private corporations is not a novel thing. In fact, our law firm has a whole department within the litigation department that's devoted to government contracting. And so it's just an interesting perspective given the cultural differences between the US and the EU, and how the pandemic has really, turned it on its side.
In these sorts of issues we're talking about in the context of contact tracing apps are also there in the context of vaccine passports and vaccine proof and of identification apps as well. We've touched upon the issue here of sort of these private public partnerships for health data. So, for example, Google and Apple's, co-developed contact tracing app, potentially sharing information with public health departments or obtaining information from public health departments. And I'm wondering what may be sort of the governance and ethics issues around those types of private-public partnerships. Again, this is open for all.
Oh, sorry, Alicia, were you? Okay, I'll take a first try there as well. So yeah, so that's an important part of the conversation, I think, and a concern that many have raised, that technology companies had too much of an influence over the adoption of contact tracing apps. And the Google-Apple partnership, which you referred to, establishing limits or a framework or protocols for the development of apps by national governments or others, effectively limited the options that governments had. So it effectively required opt-in, which was a point many were suggesting shouldn't be necessary, given that given the importance of having that data. And it also required, so for apps to work within this protocol, the exposure notification system co-developed by Google and Apple, this had to be a decentralized system. And that's an important an interesting development in terms of data protection there. And Maria Garcia will definitely correct me on this, but my understanding is that the European Data Protection Board was open to both centralized and decentralized systems, but recommended decentralized systems because they were more consistent with data protection principles, particularly minimization. And the idea there is that whereas a centralized system would allow those running the system to have access to the logging of contacts, and even if you had, as you would have to have, technical and organizational measures applied there. So even if you adopted access controls, and even if you adopted security measures, there would still be someone having access to that trove of data, which would allow individuals to have information onto sensitive and intimate information on millions of people. So an alternative system developed was this decentralized system, and this started in the EU and was chiefly, I think, globally developed in the EU as the pan-European privacy protecting contact tracing. Sorry, it starts with pan-European. Apologies. And then after some internal division, other universities established a new initiative called the Data Protection Privacy Preserving Contact Tracing app, decentralized privacy preserving contact tracing. And the idea there was that individuals would be notified of possible contacts based on proximity as measured by Bluetooth sensors, and no one running the system would have access to that information. So there would not be a centralized database. Users wouldn't have to trust their data to someone running the system to have that notification.
I'd like to add that the same degree of attention and care was not applied to other pandemic related technology systems. And this means that, I mean, as Lisa rightly said, public-private partnerships and involvement of big tech companies through procurement is nothing new, and certainly wasn't new during the pandemic, even on this side of the Atlantic, even in Europe. But probably it's not as visible. And I think what made a difference was the fact that it was very visible with respect to contact tracing apps in a way that wasn't for instance, here, the vaccine information system, which was set up by big tech companies, which would instead have access to health related information as controllers, which is interesting, sorry, as processor, not as controllers. So as processors, they would have to respect, they would have to abide by the rules of the GDPR, but they would not be accountable it's the controllers who are accountable, it's the controllers who are liable. And if something like a data breach happened, it would be the controllers who would be, the first port of call and would have to weather the storm and deal with the situation. And when it comes to ethical questions, as you asked, I think that the point made by Artur is really important. In this case, private companies would be accessing the data. What would they do with the data? Would they abide by the terms of the contractual arrangements that were put in place at the start of the inception of the collaboration, or would they just go and do something else with it? Would they use this data for developing other products? This is, of course, something that we don't know, and it is not available. But I think it's a missed opportunity that such a level of attention, that the apps were given such a level of attention, which was not instead extended to systems that are going to be in place forever. I mean, the vaccine information system is, for instance, here to stay. It's not going to be taken down after the pandemic, whereas COVID apps will be duly deleted if they have not already been deleted at the end of the pandemic.
You mentioned something else interesting in there, Maria Gratta, and Lisa, you touched on this before when you were giving us our overview of, potentially applicable laws in the United States, at least. But what happens if a vaccination database gets breached or information is leaked? What are the sort of duties to secure vaccine data? What kind of breach notification might be required, if it is at all? Anyone can feel free to jump in there.
I'm happy to jump in from a U.S. perspective. So data breach notification laws are vary by state. So there are 54 different standards, including territories. And so each state has its own data breach notification law. And as I was touching on before, each state defines personal information that would trigger a notification differently. So typically, and it usually is restricted to, as I was mentioning, this notion of sensitive personal information. So if the database that was subject to unauthorized access or acquisition was hosting social security numbers or driver's license numbers, passport numbers, bank account information, that kind of thing. So if that was subject to a breach, the company holding that information would have a notification obligation to an individual, and depending on the numbers of residents impacted by state, potentially a state attorney general. And what I wanted to mention when we're talking about health data is I think about 20 states include health information as a triggerable category of personal information that would trigger a notification obligation. So there is sort of a indirect duty to secure this information. There are some states that have laws in place that create an affirmative duty. I believe Massachusetts is one of those states, but in the event of a data breach, these states would have to present information as to how they were protecting the sensitive personal information, including health information. And so there is an indirect duty to secure this information. Additionally, I want to point out that the FTC, historically has investigated companies for their deceptive statements surrounding technical security measures implemented by these companies. So like in the case of Wyndham, or where they affirmatively stated that they secured the information, and then were subject to a data breach that affected, and they failed to. I'm not sure that I'm talking about Wyndham in particular, but a company that would fail to implement like a security vulnerability patch or something like that. But there has been indications as of late with the new FTC chair, and even the acting chair, so Lena Khan, the current chair, and Anne-Marie Slaughter, the former acting chair, that there's some appetite for investigating companies that have not implemented secure technical measures, even in the absence of a data breach under the unfairness prong. So of the FTC, Section 5 of the FTC Act. So recently, for instance, the FTC has come out and said that they believe the failure to remediate the Log4j vulnerability would be considered by the FTC as an unreasonable security failure, and so could be subject to an investigation or an enforcement action in the event that a company suffers a data breach. But in the event that they have not made any statements about their security measures, there seems to be some indication that companies may be subject to investigations by the FTC under the unfairness prong, even in the absence of a security breach.
And are there any similar duties or requirements or responsibilities in either the EU or in Brazil?
Yes, absolutely. Data breach notification and mitigation requirements are embedded in the GDPR, and they apply across the board. Companies are almost always, controllers are almost always required to notify the Data Protection Authority, whereas notification to data subjects that may be affected by the data breach depends on a number of circumstances. And the bottom line, or the starting point, is that controllers have duty of care obligations towards the data. They have to protect the data according to the risk that the processing represents to the rights and freedoms of the data subjects. So being a data controller requires to do a risk assessment and to constantly manage these risks through the adoption of a variety of technical and organizational measures. Now, the standards for these technical and organizational measures are in the making, or are almost ready, but not published and available yet. So the data protection standard will be published next month. So it would have been a different, it would have been interesting to have this conversation in a month's time. So there's still a little bit of uncertainty or variation as to what represents the adequate standard for each and every risk, or there's not, we're yet to develop a table that matches specific risks with specific measures, but we have an understanding of thresholds of protection. For instance, there are a number of state of the art measures that are so basic. Well, there are a number of measures that are so basic that they're not even state of the art. They are just really basic, and if those are not implemented, then you're certainly going to fail the test set for accountability purposes. And I mean, usually a controller would have to respond and would have to suffer the consequences of a data breach, which can range from very hefty fines, 20 million euros, or up to 20% of the global turnover if principles are breached. And I mean, if security and integrity are inadequate, then the security, the integrity and confidentiality principle is certainly breached. So that would attract the highest fines, but it could also lead to the controller being barred from processing personal data, which could really bring the operations of certain controllers to a halt. However, if the controller has done all that was in his or her power, or its power, to secure, to protect the data, then they're likely not to suffer the material consequences of a data breach on top of the reputational consequences that can derive from a breach. So it's going to be very interesting to see what's going to happen in Ireland as a result of the Conti ransomware attack that brought the HSC, the national healthcare system, here in Ireland to a halt, a report that was published in December 2021 concluded that the HSE did not meet did not adopt basic technical and organizational measures. So we may see some interesting legal developments as a result of that cyber attack.
And related to data breach is the idea of data access and data availability. The lack of access to essential data like vaccination data, in some instances could be just as interruptive or destructive, if not more, than a breach scenario. And I think that there was a problem in Brazil at one point where there was a lack of access to a vaccination database. Is that right, Art?
That's precisely right, Tom, and precisely on point as well. So the Ministry of Health in Brazil was hacked back in December, and healthcare in Brazil is carried out in a more cooperative federalism fashion, I would say, which means that the ministry is basically charged with not just overseeing healthcare in Brazil, but also managing it. So it manages the database that contains information on the vaccination status for all Brazilians and residents of Brazil. And back in December 2021, excuse me, the database was breached. And it's interesting because the reaction of government officials in Brazil seemed to be based on the notion that a data breach would only be serious if it meant that personal data were leaked. But as you mentioned, and as Mary Garcia was talking about, there are other principles, and one important principle is the principle of accessibility. So, and I think this is deeply tied to the idea of data protection as a fundamental right. And I think it changes the perspective of personal data as being just information, proprietary information that the controller holds, to personal data being information that the controller holds on behalf of the data subject, and so must have the data subject's interest into consideration, must take it into consideration when it's dealing with that data. And from that perspective, the data not being available can lead to considerable harm, as it did in Brazil. So for a while, individuals in Brazil weren't able to use that database to prove they were vaccinated. So they resorted to other and even kind of funny alternatives, including showing the photograph they took when they were being vaccinated. Obviously, that wouldn't satisfy as proof, the definite proof of anything, but it shows how having secured access and having secured availability is an important component of data protection as well.
That's great. So now, as we're about to enter, year 3 of the pandemic, time has become a blur. So the math is tricky. We're about to enter year 3, and while we're largely not in lockdowns and quarantines anymore, we're starting to return to life that resembles something that it did before COVID hit us all. But that's bringing new and even upcoming data privacy concerns beyond things like contact tracing and vaccine databases. Lisa, from your practice, what kind of concerns have you seen clients have as people say return to work and go back to semi-normal lives?
Right. So it's interesting. As I was mentioning before, a lot of our clients are employers, and they, as I was mentioning before, we're struggling with this balance of trying to facilitate a healthy and safe environment to return to work, and then as well as with collecting this sensitive personal information, and in some cases, like in New York, I believe there was a mandate for private organizations to ensure that everyone was vaccinated in order to return to work. I think really it's a new development, and so the question becomes, and Art touched on this. The question becomes of like, how do you collect the proof of the vaccination? And then that, hasn't really been ironed out. Like, do you need the vaccination itself, like proof of being through one of the vaccination apps, or do you need a picture of the vaccination card, or can you just collect information about, from the individual asking about the status of their vaccination? And as I was touching on before, this brings in, an overlap in considerations from a labor law perspective, where, there are additional considerations from and protections related to the American Disabilities Act, for instance. So the ADA protects employees from having to disclose a disability to employers. And so, this major question became, from an employer perspective, is a question about proof of vaccination a disability related inquiry, and that's prohibited under the ADA. The EEOC, the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, came out quite early and said, no, this is not a disability related inquiry, and therefore, because the EEOC enforces the ADA, therefore relieving employers of this, concern that they would be asking a disability related inquiry, which is prohibited under the ADA. And so there were a lot of considerations. Some employers and clients have decided to just ask, health symptom related information and, and rely on the word of the individual as to whether or not they were vaccinated, and others have relied more on more concrete proof of the vaccination. So we're talking about, and then we're considering the omnibus privacy laws, like the CCPA and the Virginia and Colorado laws that will come into effect next year. It has an additional wrinkle, because at the moment the CCPA has an employment exemption. So any personal information that is collected from employees is currently exempt under the CCPA. There are a number of minor, I shouldn't say minor, but there are some obligations under the CCPA in the employment context, but largely speaking, there's an employment exemption. That will sunset when the CPRA goes into effect on January 1st, 2023. So all the rights that are afforded to California residents, such as the right, those that really mirror the EU model, such as the right to access, the right to delete and correct, portability rights, all of those rights will be afforded to employees in California on January 1st. There, however, is an employment exemption under the Virginia and Colorado law. So it really is a patchwork of laws and in consideration state by state. But the employment overlap is interesting in the states.
That also means that there's lots of work for you and other lawyers in this space, right, Lisa?
Yes, it's good news for us.
So that's a very practical, sort of current and pending, privacy concern and issue. But perhaps a more theoretical one relates to the use of the technologies and data storage systems that have developed to address COVID. So technologies like contact tracing, whether it's centralized or decentralized through apps, or technologies and data storage methods like vaccine databases. So perhaps the more theoretical the issue is the threat of the normalization of these arguably privacy intrusive technologies. And one important question that we ask when we think of normalization is, how do we prevent or avoid mission creep? or that is the idea that a technology that is used for one purpose today that we largely deem acceptable starts being used for other purposes, secondary purposes that that continue to normalize potentially even more privacy invasive practices. And this is open.
Yeah, so I think that's happy to take it and hear from others, but I think that's an interesting perspective and one that pits is a bit of a test, I think, to how data protection and even privacy thinking has developed more recently. And I think there has been development towards thinking about, and Maria Gracia mentioned this earlier, the connections between privacy and other fundamental rights. So we're concerned with privacy not because there's something intrinsic or inherent to personal data, but because of the consequences, the harms that might flow from unlawful data processing or processing that interferes with the right to privacy. And that perspective has underscored this idea of risk-based privacy frameworks and really focusing on the consequences. And I think that ties to the idea of responding to the pandemic in that the pandemic is an obvious existential threat that is still with us 3 years on. And so you could look into the consequences of not processing data and of processing data, and obviously come out on the side that processing data for contact tracing, for instance, was definitely required. And I think that's even more clear when we go back to those decentralized, centralized models of contact tracing systems. And if you're really certain about the security of your technical and organizational measures, and you're certain that there's no chance that that the data will be disclosed without outside parameters that it should be, then there seems to be no problem. It seems that it's a non-issue for privacy. And so it shouldn't even be a question of concern, perhaps. But even then, I think that intuitively triggers a negative response from us. And I think going back to that point which we touched on earlier of whether those systems should be opt-in or opt-out, I think if you're really trying to think about consequences, maybe consent isn't really needed for this. But then, and I'll stop there. But then why stop here? Why stop at the existential threat that faces billions? You could have very serious harms that happen to individuals every day. And if you can design a system that's perfectly secure, for instance, so that those who were eyewitnesses to serious crime can always be reached to give evidence, why wouldn't you? I think is the thought-provoking question. Why wouldn't you adopt that kind of a system?
Something provocative indeed. Yeah, Maria Grazia.
Just wanted to add a point, because I think that Lisa and Art covered most of what we need to worry about going forward in the future. I think we would probably want to closely inspect legislative developments that will follow in the next 1 or 2 years to understand and perhaps prevent the embedding of certain pandemic-related experiences into law, and therefore the possibility that we may have to deal with the consequences of ad hoc responses as part of, whether we're talking about the normal delivery of healthcare, or whether we're talking about future responses to the pandemic. I think governments will have learned many lessons, and we just want to make sure that the right lessons will be carried into the future.
For sure. I promised some time to answer questions, and we have a few questions in the chat. So I'll just pose these to the whole panel, and anyone can feel free to jump in. So first, with the increase of technology apps that are dedicated to telehealth and other health-specific functions, are they also subject to the same strictness as HIPAA-directed entities? If not, shouldn't they be? That's question part 1 of 2.
I think so. I think the answer is goes back to what Maria Grazia was touching on. It depends. It depends on who is collecting that data and like what their function is, right? If they are, so as I was trying to explain at the top of this conversation, HIPAA covers companies that are generally speaking, health insurance companies and healthcare providers. So to the extent that the app company is not serving that role, they are not subject to HIPAA. However, I mean, and then to answer the second question, should they be? They're just not subject to HIPAA. I mean, what they should be doing is to ensure that they have the proper security mechanisms in place to protect the data, potentially to encrypt the data and anonymize it if possible. What I was going to say in response to this cultural shift post-pandemic with what Art and Maria Grazia was saying, I think there's an increased awareness in the United States and just globally as to privacy rights. And I don't know if that was a move that was sort of a trend that we were seeing pre-pandemic. I think a little bit that was the case, but it certainly has been heightened with the pandemic. And, where, Maria Grazia was touching on a point of like the difference between controllers, so the companies who are liable for the collection of data versus service providers or processors, the equivalent of processors under the GDPR and the LGPD. I think, relying on those technical differentiations under the law will be less, favored by regulatory authorities as we move forward. The FTC and other state AGs have certainly taken a position that privacy is something that they care about, potentially because this is an increased trend that individuals care about, whatever the reason is. I think relying on those technicalities will not sort of be favored, and it seems that like the FTC is moving towards that with exploring its authority under Section 5 and exploring additional enforcement authority under the unfairness prong, which has been historically not as utilized as the deception one, because the deceptive one is much easier to prove.
Great. And then a follow-up to that question is, when getting a COVID vaccine, a lot of personal health information is collected and stored on some kind of government database. Does HIPAA or any privacy law protect this information or apply to the entities who are collecting it?
I think that question is similar to the one we just had. As yes, HIPAA would apply if, again, the covered entity or the controller is acting as the covered entity under HIPAA, so as a health insurance or health provider. There are other roles but they're much more nuanced, and I'm not sure that's worth getting into here. There are, like I mentioned, affirmative duties to secure personal information under certain state laws, and indirect duties to secure this information from a data breach notification law perspective. I want to just underline one point that I think we all touched upon is, in addition for these notification obligations that are required by statute, there is a reputational harm that, a great reputational harm that can result from a data breach. So it's not just that companies are concerned about what their legal requirements are in the event of a data breach, but you don't want to be the controller that has suffered a data breach and has was holding such sensitive personal information. I mean, you know, we all saw what happened with Equifax, for instance. That was a massive data breach, and they all held, and it held very sensitive information, including social security numbers. So there is an additional to, you know, a legal obligation and harm that can result, including fines under the GDPR and you know, fines that result from like the FTC enforcement actions, et cetera. There's a great reputational harm as well. So
definitely. Another question, what about having to disclose underlying private, personal, medical, or health conditions to employers in proving vaccination exemption?
So that was what I was trying to allude to before, right? The issue that arose when returning to work and collecting this information or proof of vaccination or proof of lack of a vaccination was whether it was being considered, it would be considered a disability related inquiry. Therefore, you know, that which would result in disclosing health information and would be prohibited under the ADA. You know, so the EEOC came out and said that it would not be considered a disability related inquiry. Whether that's true or not, I think a lot of regulatory agencies in light of the pandemic were trying to facilitate you know, a return to normalcy in quotations. And I think that that was true. There were a lot of DPAs, so data protection authorities in Europe, I believe, and Maria Grazia, please keep me honest, that, you know, came to similar conclusions under respective laws, member state laws, to help facilitate this collection of information in order to, you know, return to work or open, you know, restaurants or whatever it is. So it's both a question of whether, you know, it's both a legal interpretation question, but also a, you know, a public health consideration that I think, you know, that would needed to be balanced.
Great. Well, I'm seeing that we're up against our 1 o'clock hour, and I don't want to abuse our time, so I think that we should sign off now. Again, I want to thank Alyssa and the Journal, and Art and Lisa and Maria Grazia for this fascinating panel, and also to all the those of you who are in attendance. So thank you all very much. It's been great to moderate this, and I'll hope to see you all soon. Have a great one.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Tom.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you to Professor Norton and to our speakers. We are going to take a slightly longer break now before we get into our third and final panel, give people an opportunity to eat some lunch. So we will pause here and reconvene for our third panel of the day at 1:30 Eastern Time. Thanks.
But that's it.
Hi, everyone. We're going to get started with our third panel in just a few minutes. I'm going to put up the CLE information now. Thanks. Hi, everyone. It is 1:30, so we are going to get started with our third and final panel of the day. I have on the screen here the CLE information. As a reminder, if you are an attorney looking to get CLE credit for participating in this panel, you have to fill out the affidavit and the attestation form within 30 days. If you have any questions, you can either put it in the Q&A and somebody from our CLE office will respond to you, or you can email this email address on the screen, lawcle@fordham.edu. The code for today for this panel is BTW22. Again, it's BTW22. So I'm going to stop sharing. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to our moderator for this panel, Fordham Professor Aaron Sager. Thanks.
Welcome, everyone, and we're grateful to everyone for being here and sticking with us on a Friday afternoon. This panel is called Back to Work: Vaccine Mandates in the Post-COVID Workplace, and we are very glad to have three speakers with us for this afternoon session. We have decided to have our presenters present in alphabetical order, so I first want to introduce Professor Paul Diller, who teaches state and local government law and other related subjects at Willamette and is visiting this year at Lewis and Clark Law School, and we'll have him speak first. Paul, I'm passing the floor to you.
Thank you, Aaron, and good morning from Oregon, at least, where we're just waking up. So I am talking about vaccine passport regimes in the United States and beyond, but mostly in the United States. So I assume everyone can see my screen. Yep, great. So here we go. Thanks for having me. It's great to be here. So vaccine passports, a quick definition would be a requirement to demonstrate receipt of some COVID vaccine dosage, 1, 2, or 3, depending on the vaccine. We could talk about that more later, in order to travel, especially to cross national borders, perhaps in order to work. And what I'll focus on in my talk here is in order to access what in the American legal regime we often refer to as public accommodations, that is, businesses that are generally open to the public, like restaurants, cafes, movie theaters, sporting venues, ice skating rinks, what have you. So the momentum for vaccine passports really did get started overseas, with Israel is often cited as the first nation to implement a vaccine passport in February of 2021 called the Green Pass for public accommodations. Denmark in March of 2021 rolled out its, and then the European Union began rolling out its digital COVID certificate in the summer of 2021 that, as I understand it, we probably have some international law folks here who know it better than I do, but as I understand it, that was mainly for crossing borders within the EU and maybe even some EU adjacent states. But then some countries started using that, some EU countries started using that within their own borders for things like accessing restaurants. And some of that, just like in the US, I understand was kind of decentralized. I think in Spain, for instance, certain states had vaccine passports for cafes and some didn't. And so there was a lot of variation within Europe on that. I'm going to focus, of course, on the US, okay, where cities began rolling out vaccine passports for public accommodations in the summer of 2021, really in response to the Delta wave of COVID that hit in late July, early August, right after we thought we were sort of maybe finished with most of COVID, in late June and early July, when just about every state had reopened and the White House had declared independence from the virus, and then the Delta wave came, and then there was a lot of jurisdictions decided to put a pause on that kind of full reopening. Some reimposed mask mandates, and then many cities, or some cities, started rolling out vaccine passport regimes. The first was New York City, announced by Bill de Blasio, Mayor Bill de Blasio, former mayor, in early August of last summer, and he called it the Key to New York City program. The first to implement was New Orleans on August 16th. You do see a wide variation in terms of when these vaccine passports were announced, implemented, and enforced. Some places separated implementation from enforcement. Almost no place, I don't think any place, announced them and enforced them on the first day, but some places had more lead time than others and more buildup. A few applied them to the employment context as well. Like New York City, when Bill de Blasio announced it, he said this will apply to workers in the public accommodations that are covered, like restaurants and gyms. By my count, and I may have missed some, if I did, please email me. You'll see my email at the end up on the screen. I counted 19 municipalities that adopted these. That's cities or counties. Sometimes it's actually a city/county. San Francisco, Philadelphia, as you'll see on my next screen, are both cities and counties, plus Washington, D.C., plus Puerto Rico. No states adopted a vaccine passport regime statewide, although some played a role in facilitating them, as I'll talk about briefly. When they were rolled out, some officials expressly justified them not just on the basis of attempting to provide a safer setting for dining or exercising, but were very explicit about seeing this as a carrot to increase vaccination rates. Mayor Bill de Blasio again said that if more people get vaccinated, New York City can stop the Delta variant. And so the goal here was very explicitly, in some jurisdictions more than others, to use this as a incentive, carrot, cudgel, whatever you want to call it, to boost vaccination rates. Nobody quite came out and said what Emmanuel Macron said in France, which turned out to be, somewhat controversial, of we need to make life hard for the unvaccinated. But there was an idea of let's make life easier for the vaccinated that some officials were very explicit about. And so these are the jurisdictions that I have on my list that adopted them and the date they announced them. You'll see I crossed out Philadelphia and Washington, D.C., because those have actually been rescinded already just recently within the last few days. There may be others on this list that have rescinded theirs or announced an intention to that I have not heard yet. This stuff is moving very fast. They are being repealed almost as fast as they were implemented. So it's a very quickly changing topic. So as I mentioned, no states have done it. Some states did, however, provide what you can call the underlying digital infrastructure to facilitate this sort of thing. Like in New York, for instance, as I understand it, there's an Excelsior Pass that has been out for a while. And that is an online or a phone app that one can use to upload proof of vaccination and then use it to show when you walk into the kind of public accommodation that New York City requires to demand proof of vaccination. There's another story that I won't get into in much depth about several states that banned this entirely. So by my count, about 10, 15 states either passed legislation or the governors announced executive orders banning vaccine passports. Now, some states did that in the employment context and the public accommodations context. Some did it in one or the other, but it's about 10 or 15 where this is actually preempted by state law. So that leaves most states, and really the overwhelming majority of jurisdictions, where there is no required vaccine passport regime, but businesses presumptively can use them if they want. So where I live in Oregon, there's no statewide vaccine passport. The cities, Portland, Salem, Eugene, they don't have an ordinance or rule along those lines. But some businesses, especially in Portland, as a matter of company policy, require proof of vaccination in order to patronize them. Okay, so here are some features and variations among the regimes. All or almost all apply to indoor dining, cafes, gyms, movies, concerts, etc. Some apply to entering government property like City Hall or even to youth athletics, Oak Park, Illinois. Some allow for proof of negative test within a certain number of hours before to substitute for proof of vaccination. Some do not. None allow for proof of prior infection, which has been a very hotly contested political issue in the US. Unlike the EU digital certificate, which as I understand it, allowed that going back to 180 days, at least for a while. They may not be in effect now, but that was the case at some point. As far as the dosage is required, some required full dosage immediately, which generally meant 2 doses of Moderna, 2 doses of Pfizer, or 1 dose of J&J. Others just required 1 dose by the date it would be implemented. None have yet required a 3rd dose or booster, or I guess for a J&J vaccine, Johnson & Johnson, that would be a 2nd dose. Maui had planned to, but recently announced that it was dropping that requirement. When it comes to the youth, under 18 or under 16, there's a lot of variation, partly because some of these were announced either before vaccines were available for 12 and under, or before, or right around when that was happening in, I think, late October, early November, when they received the emergency use authorization for 5 to 12. And so some just apply the whole regime only to 12 and up. Some apply it to 5 and up, but say, we'll require 1 dose by January 1st, and then you don't need 2 doses till 6 weeks after that. So there's a wide variation in how they treat children, especially 12 and under. And I talked about how some use a state app and some have created city apps as well to facilitate this. There's also a lot of variation among the regimes in terms of religious and medical exemptions and how they reserve or how they identify them or acknowledge them or not, and also what you need to do to avail yourself of one of these. So Oak Park, Illinois has none. Evanston has a pretty strict one, relatively speaking, where you have to sign a form and also get it signed by a religious leader. And then you can use that in conjunction with a negative test, which I think has a certain hour limitation in order to access the places that are governed by its rule. So this is, to me, one of the most interesting elements of my research into vaccine passports in the US, and that is the manner and mode in which they were adopted. So 9 of them were adopted by a mayoral, executive, or emergency order. Sometimes that order was the underpinning for subsequent guidance from the health department, but the real legal foundation for the vaccine passport rule would have been the mayoral emergency declaration. Some were adopted as orders by the health department or health commissioner. You see that especially in the counties. Only 2, Los Angeles and Highland Park, Illinois, were adopted by ordinance. And none were adopted by administrative rule. So I've studied local innovation in the public health context before. I wrote an article several years ago about how cities have been leading innovators with respect to combating tobacco use and attempting to reduce obesity through some various fast food regulations and promote other kinds of health, reduce dental disease by cutting back on soda, those kinds of things. In that context, the vast majority of rules, regulations were adopted by ordinance, especially when it comes to smoking. Some, a little more on the nutrition side, were adopted by administrative rules from the public health department. The famous or infamous, however you see it, New York City soda ban, which wasn't really a ban, but the soda rule that would have limited the size of soda or sugar sweetened beverages in restaurants and stores. That was adopted by administrative rule. It wasn't a health department order. It was a rule that went through the local rulemaking process. And then some cities even used the local initiative, particularly to ban environmental tobacco smoke. That's what I mean by ETS, or clean indoor air ordinances. You haven't seen any of that in this context. And so some of that is because of the speed in which things happen. Some of that is because many of these jurisdictions in which these regimes were adopted also were already under an emergency declaration, which did give either the mayor or the health department or commissioner or both enhanced powers. And so the innovation story here has been quite different than in the tobacco context and others. In that context, one of the arguments you often hear for local power and local innovation is it allows for more deliberation. There's this story, some people like it, some people don't, but it's pretty prominent in the local government sphere that the smallest, the lowest or closest level of government to the people, the city, can be a source for a unique form of deliberative democracy, because it's more easy for residents to access their city councilors and show up at city hall meeting. But that story, that argument for local power relies on deliberation. Here, there really wasn't much deliberation except in LA and Highland Park, insofar as you had one person, a mayor or health commissioner, who's usually appointed by the mayor, making this decision. So it changes and complicates that argument for local power, I think, in a pretty significant way. What are the implications? Well, as I mentioned, Philadelphia and Washington, D.C. have already repealed their vaccine passports. In Washington, D.C., Mayor Muriel Bowser, just as she had implemented it by mayoral decree, repealed it the same way. And apparently at least one member of the city council has objected and would like to see it retained for the time being. And so one thing we see is if you don't involve the city council in their creation, then they're not going to have a role, or at least a formal role, in their expiration. Now, this city council could try to get the votes and pass it as an ordinance, of course. But just in terms of the way they're working now, when they've been put in place by a mayoral or health commissioner decree, they can obviously be repealed that way as well. What about that digital infrastructure? So this is a larger story insofar as many states have created this, and there are some states that are still in the process of creating this, as I understand it. But will that be retained whenever it is deemed by a sufficient number of jurisdictions that we don't need that anymore for this purpose or for the employment purpose? Will that be retained? Will that be kind of on hand for another pandemic, for another variant? I just saw that California is talking about moving to the endemic phase of COVID and what that all entails. I didn't have time to dig into that, but I could imagine jurisdictions saying retaining this digital infrastructure is part of that. What are the privacy implications of that? I saw there was another panel on privacy. That would be an interesting discussion to have in more depth. And then what are the implications for local policy making, particularly in terms of process going forward? Now that mayors and health commissioners have discovered this power and used it, will they find they like it and they can use it in other contexts like tobacco, nutrition, other areas related to public health in some way, shape, or form? Will there be legal challenges to that? Will there be any kind of backlash, quote unquote, or response from city councils or even from state legislatures? We've seen that in the state context. Many governors have been very aggressive in their use of emergency powers throughout the pandemic to require social distancing or close businesses or mandate mask wearing in certain settings. And in response, several state legislatures have limited those powers. I haven't seen that kind of movement in city councils. Will there be city councils that do that say, whoa, wait a second, this is a lot of power to put in one person. We need some kind of check on this. We need some kind of requirement that the city council approve of an emergency order after X number of days, those kinds of measures you've seen at the state level. So far, I haven't seen much discussion of that locally. Because of the unique status of local governments in the US, a state could impose that. That'd be pretty meddlesome in local affairs, but we've seen a lot of meddling in local affairs from state legislatures before. So that's another potential dynamic to watch out for, I think, which is what will be the effect on the rulemaking and lawmaking process going forward at the local level. So with that, I will stop and say thank you. And I look forward to your questions and comments. There's my email.
Thank you,
One last
Professor Diller. We need to ask you to unshare your, we don't need to ask you to unshare your screen because you have done so. Our next speaker I was going to say this afternoon, but I suppose that depends on your perspective, is Francesca Godino, who's with us from Milan, where she is the head of the Information Technology and Communications Group at Baker McKenzie, and speaks often on data protection and security issues. And we're very glad she's with us today. And I am turning the floor over to Ms. Godino.
Thank you, Aaron, and welcome everyone, and thanks for this opportunity. I'm trying to share. Okay, and then this one. Not working. Okay, so now I should see a slide. So I'm going to speak about basically how the pandemic at large. I mean, a brief introduction on what happened in Europe and especially in Italy, and how our, let's say, vaccination passport, the famous or unfamous, as Paul was saying, I don't know, Green Pass, works in Italy. So everything happened at least in Italy in February 2020. We have the first patient zero, and then we started with the lockdown. I think that Italy has been at the forefront for almost all the pandemic because we have been like the first country to experience such a severe lockdown. It lasted almost 2 months, and it was not like I can go out only for some reasons, but I have like a certain degree of freedom. It was really, you have to stay at home. you needed a self-certification to go out, and that was something that really struck me at the beginning, because you can imagine, whenever you have to go out, you have to take your self-certification and make sure you have a valid reason to go out. Of course, any kind of travel within Italy was blocked, and we also had the curfew, something probably as worse as the self-certification, and this was lifted only on June 2021, so almost 1 year after. We then had a second phase, slow reopening, self-certification no more needed, and at least in Italy we decided to launch a color code systems for regions. So basically, a region may be red, orange, yellow, white. And according to the different color, you have different limitations to your freedom to go out or to live your life, basically. And there has also been I would say, significant economic support from the government to individuals or business. The year 2020 and 2021 has basically passed in a sort of like reaction mode. So Europe and also like Italy were like trying to find measures to fight COVID. Italy has been one of the first countries to issue to have a national COVID tracing app called Immuni. The purpose of the app was, of course, to track contacts among, risky contacts among people. We had an enormous debate in terms of data privacy and confidentiality in relation to the information collected and shared through the app. And lastly, the Italian Data Protection Authority had a very, very active role in this process. And at the end, we launched the app. And if you ask me if it worked, I'm not really sure, because basically the idea is that it may work on condition that a certain number of individuals download the app. I'm not sure we reached that threshold. And actually today, where we have the Green Pass, basically people are relying more on Green Pass than on the app. Further to that, a number of like ups and downs in terms of sort of like loosening the limitations, especially during the spring and summer time, and then in winter again coming back to the obligation to have like a facial mask outside, but not only like in closed spaces, but also outside. The gathering of people has been a big issue, let's say in Italy, because, for example, we had a rule about the Christmas holiday, Christmas parties, in terms of number of people you could invite, whether only members of the family or even someone external to the family. Restaurants was something really crazy, because at the time we had restaurants opened until 6 p.m., which in Italy 6 p.m. is like it's time for a snack, not for a dinner. So it was like having the restaurants closed, and bars as well. You could have a coffee, but only a takeaway coffee, which is something that in Italy we didn't know what was before COVID, honestly. We had a number of reactions among like people, some peaceful, some less peaceful, but the all rules, the whole legislation about those kind of limitations has been fiercely debated, I would say. And then the Green Pass, our vaccination passport. The Italian Green Pass is basically, it stems from the European vaccination passport, which Paul already introduced. The EU vaccination passport has been implemented by means of a regulation, which is a clear choice of the European Commission, because a regulation is a piece of law which must be implemented immediately by the European member states, and it does not leave room or space for deviations or interpretations. So here the aim of the Commission was really to have this vaccination passport adopted as soon as possible on one hand, and on the other hand, and try to avoid any national differences. The purpose it was just to travel within Europe, and the content, basically the EU vaccination passport is based on three, let's say, criteria. Either if you recover from COVID, or if you are vaccinated, or if you test positive. Positive in the sense that you don't have COVID. So I don't know if saying you tested negative to COVID, basically. There have been a number of privacy and discrimination concerns. We had the European Data Protection Board and European Data Protection Supervisor, among others. Those are basically the key data protection authorities in Europe, issuing a joint opinion in which they clearly highlight that the EU certificate may not in any way result in direct or indirect discrimination of individuals. And the Commission also envisaged the possibility to extend the vaccination passport at a national level, because that's different from what I heard from Paul about the US, because in Europe we adopted a sort of like an IT infrastructure which is common to all Europe. So basically, if I have an EU vaccination passport or now a green pass, I can travel to other countries, and for example, the Italian green pass is recognized as an EU vaccination passport, and the EU vaccination passport is recognized basically in all European countries. Coming to the Italian green pass, this was introduced by law, and here actually not only the green pass, but all the let's say COVID, let's call it like that, COVID legislation has been introduced by law, but using a specific mechanism which is called presidential decree, and which is a sort of a fast track to issue laws. And the law basically is immediately adopted and doesn't really undergo a scrutiny as a normal law. And the reason behind has been because of the emergency period. And so at least now I think is the emergency period should last until I think is June this year, but it's also been extended. So we had a number of discussion about whether this way of issuing laws which have a great impact on the freedom of individuals is constitutionally acceptable or not. The purposes of the Green Pass at the beginning were limited. So the Green Pass should be, had to be used, honestly, only in regions with colored red or orange, and only for specific cases. And the content, the Green Pass, let's say, relies on, it's not just 3, it's like 4 cases, basically. Either if you got the first dose of vaccine, or you completed the whole cycle, which means including the 3rd dose, the booster. If you recover from COVID, and again, if you tested a negative to COVID. Privacy and discrimination concerns as for the EU vaccination passport have been really highly debated, and the Italian Data Protection Authority again has had to intervene at different occasions. And as a last, let's say, evolution, now the Green Pass has been extended also at work. Is a rapidly evolving scenario for Green Pass, as we said, because in first instances used only limited cases, and then necessary to access basically or mostly all of public spaces. So restaurants, museums, gyms, swimming pools, and so on. From September last year, mandatory for education staff, university staff and students, and also to use long distance public transportation. Here again, a big debate, why not also short distance public transportation. From October 15, the Green Pass last year, the Green Pass is mandatory to access the workplace, both in the private and public sector. The main issues that we encounter, I mean, that's our experience in relation to Green Pass, is how you check Green Pass at the workplace. That's not honestly an easy one. The law says preferably at the entrance, but even not at the entrance. And you have the possibility to perform random checks, so you don't have to check all of your employees every day. But if you perform random check, then you have to make sure that the percentage of workers that you check is like coherent with the total number of workers, so that you can guarantee that you that the workplace is safe. So if I have 1,000 employees, I can't check just one employee randomly. How to check the Green Pass? That's another issue. We have another app. It's called Verifica COVID, which basically means COVID check. It's not really lots of fantasy in that name. There are also other options available, but honestly, the app is the most used one. There are sanctions for both the employers and the employees if they breach the check obligation. And the thing is that if you don't have a valid Green Pass as a worker, you can't access the workplace. You can't say, I'm going in smart working. And so basically you are suspended from work with no pay. You cannot be fired, but you can return to work when you are able to show a valid Green Pass. This is like a simple, it seems like fairly straightforward, but from the perspective of the employer has raised huge issues in terms of managing and organizing, for example, the work shifts, because you have an employee without Green Pass and you don't know if the employee will come back to work. You can't fire the employee, but you need the employee to have the work done. So, the requirements to comply, those are mainly like paper trail issues. So you have to have specific procedures in place. You have to authorize the employee to perform the checks, honestly. You have, from a privacy perspective, you need a privacy notice. You must have security measures in place and so on. In terms of, I call it recurring concerns, because even if the rules on the Green Pass has been changing over time, there are some matters which are like sort of evergreen problems. For example, the case of exemption from vaccinations. If you can't be vaccinated and you didn't have COVID, you can't really live doing like tests every 1 or 2 days. And so you cannot have the Green Pass and you cannot access the workplace. In that case, the thing is that usually the doctor issues sort of like certification, but the certification is on paper form. And now the government actually, over the last day, they announced that we will have a Green Pass also for exempted person, because basically the Green Pass from a visual perspective is a QR code. So also individuals who are exempted will have like the QR code. In terms of latest development, we now have a super green pass or reinforced green pass. And this is only for fully vaccinated or recovered individuals. Fully vaccinated means with the third dose, the booster. And the super green pass is necessary in limited case. At the workplace is mandatory for individuals which are off or older than 50 years. And this obligation will has been enforced last February 15 and will last until next June 15. But we don't know if it's going to be extended or not. Requirements and concerns basically the same of the base green pass. In terms of like the legal framework of the COVID vaccination, this has been discussed a lot because the obligation for people who are 50 years old to be vaccinated has been imposed by operation of law. That was the only way to introduce such an obligation, at least according to the Italian regime. And initially, at the beginning, it was only for limited categories, and then now it has been extended to any person who is 50 years old. So the criterion triggering the obligation is the age, and this because the Technical Scientific Committee, which is a team of experts which advise the government, says that this is the threshold that should have been respected. The main concern of imposing the vaccination, you can imagine breach of constitutional rights, limitation of freedom, discrimination, tension because non-vaccinated people in the hospital are somehow keeping hospitals very busy, and so there's sort of tension. Should we allow not vaccinated people to go to the hospital when they could have been vaccinated, and allow other people who really need it to be in the hospital? I mean, that's a big in terms of the green pass, again, the base one and the super green pass, from a legislation perspective introduced by law, again, this sort of fast track law due to the emergency period. The main issues we are encountering is about the proportionality and minimization principle, meaning how can you perform the check? How can you check the green pass in a way which is not intrusive and which is not detrimental for the freedom and especially the privacy of the individual? I say likelihood, but actually we had a number of claims and cases, litigation cases, initiated by especially employees and customers because of the green pass checks. The fast changing legal landscape, as Paul said, you have something today, you don't know if you will have the same thing tomorrow, is providing a lot of challenges for not only like businesses, like companies, but also for individuals, because you honestly sometimes you have to check on the internet whether you are allowed or not to do something and what you need to do something. And there are a number of pieces of legislation, rules, probably too many. They are not really coordinated one with the other. And still we have sometimes gaps that we don't know how to fill in. The main concern, I mean, sounds like really a joke, but you can ask for a person for a valid green pass in Italy the number of occasions, even if they have to access the workplace. But you can basically never ever ask if the person has got vaccine or not, because it's now with the super green pass, it's like it seems a paradox, because you know that if a person of 50 years old has a green pass, it means the person is vaccinated, but you can't ask if the person is vaccinated. If you are an employer, this is something which is prohibited because you can't collect and you can ask any information about the health of your employees. And basically the same with individuals, because it's considered as a very sensitive information. just like for your information, we still have position against the vaccination per se and the green pass. So there are people who are vaccinated but who don't want the green pass. You have to download the green pass. You have to ask for the green pass. So if you are vaccinated and you don't ask, you don't have the green pass. And especially as a generator, of course, of discriminations. Recently, we have a number of cases reported by the press about younger, because younger people which are not of age cannot decide by themselves if they want to be vaccinated because they need the parental authorization. And in some cases, younger want to be vaccinated, but parents are against vaccination. And so those younger have brought some cases in front of the authorities, and now there's a big discussion on this particular issue. I would stop here. No.
Great, thank you so much. Our next speaker is Professor Dori Briest, who teaches at UCal Hastings and has been doing an enormous amount of work on vaccines, even I think before we knew what COVID was. She'll correct me if I'm wrong about the timetable, and I am passing the podium to you, Professor Briest.
Mute. Thank you, and you're completely right. I've been following vaccines issues since 2012, so it's been a while. And I want to take us a little bit out of the policy and talk about the background that sets us up for the need for the measures that Professor Diller and Ms. Godino discussed. Basically, I want you to take you down the rabbit hole. And we want to talk about how the anti-vaccine movement sets us up so that so many people will be inclined to refuse the vaccine, and you'll need stronger measures. I have two, I'm not sure if they're a conflict of interest, but we own stock in GSK that does not currently have a viable vaccine against COVID, and I served as a volunteer on Moderna's allocation ethics group. So I want to give you a little background about how the anti-vaccine movement does this. I want to remind people that what's going on now is that the anti-vaccine movement is opportunistically taking advantage of a moment of vulnerability. And then I want to show how they do it. I think the main take home I want everybody to take from this is the anti-vaccine movement hasn't changed. It's doing what it always did. It's saying the same thing it always did, but the reality gave it a moment of opportunity and it's taking it. As a reminder, we've had anti-vaccine movements since at least the first vaccine. They were always there, they were always active. They tend to have disproportionate influence to the size for a number of complex reasons, including the fact that these are one-issue movements that are very dedicated and work very hard to promote their issues. And with social media, they have access to broad audience that they didn't have before, but they don't want to overstate that, because I want to remind everybody that in the days before social media, when we had contentious issues, there were pamphlet wars with people giving pamphlets to each other. Misinformation isn't a new issue. I also want to point out that the anti-vaccine movement is parasitic in a second way. The anti-vaccine movement has built into and worked with every social campaign that took off. Basically, every time there was a hashtag or a movement that got popular, the anti-vaccine movement tried to co-opt it. They always try to build into current events. The pandemic helped them, but this is not a new thing. And I want to warn you that the next set of pictures are probably going to be triggering for some people, because they're examples of how the anti-vaccine movement built on campaigns that can be near and dear to people's heart. So the anti-vaccine movement has built on believe women to say believe mothers that claim that the children were injured by vaccines. They built on the Black Lives Matters movement to say vaccine injured life matters. They built on two calls for believing Jesus by saying Jesus wasn't vaccinated. They built on my body, my choice. This is just 4 examples, but every time there's a popular slogan, the anti-vaccine movement tries to build its own. They try to fit into every current event. This is not new, but the pandemic gave them a new life. The pandemic offered the anti-vaccine movement a moment of opportunity. Why? And this may seem obvious, but I think it's worth going through. First of all, we know that the COVID-19 pandemic has been, I think it's fair to call it a global trauma, a crisis that affected everybody. I know that there are places that have local severe traumas, but the scope of the COVID touched on many people in many places that have not been touched before. And we know that conspiracy theories thrive when people are facing conditions of fear and uncertainty. That's not new, and it's true here as well. So the anti-vaccine movement is heavily built on conspiracy theories, and the time of uncertainty fits into that very nicely. Further, in many developed countries, people were suddenly stuck at home where they haven't been. They went online, and they went online being really interested in vaccines. People who haven't looked for information about vaccines before now went online and looked for it. And the anti-vaccine movement was ready for them. They've been prepared for decades for online misinformation. There's also the fact that we know that, for example, QAnon, which started in the United States, has become a global movement that reaches more people than maybe we would like. The overlap of conspiracy theories increased this. Anti-vaccine activists, many of them joined QAnon, and the other way around. People who were first pulled into QAnon were also exposed to anti-vaccine content because it was a subthing in the movement, such as it is. In the United States, and I suspect elsewhere, but I'm going to speak about the United States because that's where I know, the pandemic has also been strongly politicized. We know that Professor Diller referred to states that impose limits on vaccine mandates. At least 26 states have done that. This is a slide from another project that talks about those bans. This is the bans that prohibit government from limiting services based on vaccine status. As Professor Diller pointed out, we have limits on private business requiring vaccine passports, on employers, on universities. There's a whole set of limits. And those of you that aren't from the United States, this map, if you look closely, is highly politicized. This is mostly a red state phenomenon. And we know that one of the banners that's being raised by people on the right, and I'm not saying it as a criticism of people on the right. This is very strange to have a pandemic that's politicized. Normally, it's humans against virus. We seem to be fighting humans against humans right now. But challenges to vaccine mandate do have a political flavor today. And it's especially strange since this could have been a moment of opportunity in the United States because the vaccine was developed under the Trump administration. But distributed mostly under the Biden administration, this could have been a chance for a more bipartisan conception of the pandemic, but it's not where we are. It's highly politicized. Also in the United States, people are getting the information from networks that have political shading, and the network are giving very specific information. I'm using Fox, but I could have used, if I wanted to go with print media, the Wall Street Journal. People who are looking at Fox are getting a lot more anti-vaccine content. Tucker Carlson has promoted things that are purely anti-vaccine claims, and I'll get to this example in a little while. Laura Ingraham, another Fox News author, has hosted clearly anti-vaccine speakers, such as Dr. Robert Malone, who's been claiming that the vaccines are horrible, even though he's vaccinated. So how do they do that? And what I'm going to do in the next few slides is try to make a point that the argument is the same argument that we've seen before the pandemic. I'm going to set for you a playbook that has 5 parts and show you that the same argument before the pandemic are used during. That hasn't changed. What changes the demand side, the audience side, but the arguments are the same arguments. The first argument the anti-vaccine movement likes to make is the diseases aren't so bad. Before the pandemic, to give one example of several, measles was presented as a fever and a rash. This is a book that anti-vaccine people like to tout. It's called Melanie's Marvelous Measles, and it's about how wonderful it was for this kid to get measles. Here's her showing her rash to another person. Similar claims were made about polio and about other vaccine-preventable disease. And the same claims are made about COVID. The most extreme example is when anti-vaccine speaker Del Bigtree told his listener to go out and catch that cold, presenting COVID as a cold. But you routinely hear people emphasizing, claiming COVID, 99% people are going to be just fine under COVID, which is untrue, but also misses the point that 1 in 100 person dying, they're focusing on dying there, is a pretty high number today. Most diseases don't kill that to that extent. And of course, it completely ignores other harm besides dying. The set of claims that are the most numerous by the anti-vaccine movement is that vaccines are bad. They tend to overstate or even invent risks for the vaccines. There's a lot of variety of that. I'm going to just mention two types of claims. The first is the misuse of vaccine adverse events reporting system reports, which are passive reports that anyone can file. The numbers cannot be taken seriously without investigating whether the report actually happened and what caused it. But anti-vaccine movement activists have been using it since before the pandemic. For example, this is a pamphlet about MMR. This anti-vaccine organization says that there are 40 cases of death and permanent injuries that are reported to VAERS annually. Again, these reports can't show you, they can't even show you that the thing happened, let alone that it's vaccine related. One of the MMR death report is the patient started bleeding on their arms and walked into a bathtub after getting MMR vaccine. That's probably not an MMR vaccine issue, but they use it as one of that example. This has been weaponized during COVID, and you see anti-vaccine groups repeatedly posting this kind of a meme, which uses VAERS report to suggest the vaccines are very harmful, even though you cannot legally or you cannot logically use the report that way. Another way is to simply impute to the vaccines things that there's no reason to impute to them. For example, an anti-vaccine group claimed that MMR vaccine causes seizures in 5,700 US children annually. That is, not to put too fine a point on it, untrue. This doesn't happen, but they say it. Go prove them. You have to prove them wrong now. Anti-vaccine activists have also been blaming COVID-19 vaccines for any death that happened after the vaccine, regardless of whether there's evidence connecting it or not. I'm giving one example, Hank Aaron, but there are many examples of this. Similarly, another claim that was always used is that there are alternatives to vaccines to treat the disease. When there was measles outbreak, anti-vaccine activists claimed that vitamin A can prevent people dying from measles and can prevent harm from it. This is partial because the evidence suggests that if you're deficient in vitamin A can in fact reduce your risk of mortality and harm, but it's not a magical cure and it won't completely prevent mortality either. During the Samoa outbreak, when I think 83 people died, most of them young unvaccinated children from measles in Samoa, anti-vaccine activists sent to them vitamin A. Similarly, we're hearing the anti-vaccine movement emphasize early treatment for COVID, emphasizing things with no good evidence behind them, such as
always hard to know if technical difficulties are on one's own end or on some other end. But I've lost Professor Reese and I'm seeing other photos move.
Sorry about that. Let me reshare the screen and go back. Apologies. Not sure what happened.
Thanks everyone for your patience. No problem.
During COVID, we're hearing that there is a grand conspiracy by Bill Gates, Dr. Fauci, and Big Pharma and whoever else to hide the data that COVID isn't dangerous and the vaccines are. This is a book by anti-vaccine activist Robert F. Kennedy Jr. saying just that. I'm sorry to put the dogs on the spot. Finally, we have heard for a long time that this is about civil rights rather than vaccines, even though when you dig down to it, it always comes down to the vaccines. Long before COVID, the anti-vaccine organization National Vaccine Information Center used this slogan: "No forced vaccination, not in America," to fight school vaccine mandates. And again, fighting school vaccine mandate, they claimed that they were the new civil rights movement. The civil right in question is the right not to vaccinate your child before sending them to school. So that's a claim you've been hearing for a while, and it's been used now under COVID. This is about freedom. This is the Canadian trucker convoy that's I'm not sure what's, I think the police is doing something about that now, but I'm not sure exactly where things are because it's changing from moment to moment. And they're saying openly, this is about freedom. Let's stop vaccine mandate. Again, you can argue again, you can rightly challenge mandate as a limit on freedom, as both my colleagues have pointed out, but it's often used here in connection to people who are openly anti-vaccine and are the freedom they want is the freedom not to vaccinate, nothing else. So where does it leave us? The arguments of the anti-vaccine movement are the same as we've seen before. Their behavior is more or less the same. I didn't go into this in the presentation because I really want to leave as much time as possible for questions, but their tactics are more or less the same as well. But they're lucky to live in times where they have a moment of opportunity. I will add that several anti-vaccine people have said how wonderful the pandemic has been, giving them this opportunity to reach more people. They openly say that. It's not, I'm not making it up. And they were ready. They took advantage of it. I'm going to stop now and I look forward to questions.
Thank you so much to Dorit Reese. I want to remind the audience that the way to get us questions during the session is to use the Q&A tab at the bottom of your Zoom screen, and those questions will arrive at us so we can put them on the table. I have a couple questions, so I thought I would start us off. I'm not sure for whom, so I think the first one might be for Ms. Godino, but maybe other panelists know as well, which is a data question. Have these passports been set up so that they track when they are used, or are they essentially photographs of pieces of the electronic equivalent of a piece of paper that you can show, which is to ask, is the government able to see whose passport and or how many passports have been used where? I know I live in New York City, and I know that when we show our materials, there's no possibility that they're making a record. But I feel like the video I've seen in Israel and other places suggests a scanning machine that might be recording things. And so I'm curious if you know about those mechanics and any issues they've raised.
No, I can say that like for the European passport vaccination and the Italian Green Pass, there's no recording. So it's just a matter of like checking the QR code in a sense of saying, this is a valid QR code, yes, fine. But no personal information is collected. And actually, there's also a number of provisions saying that you can't collect any information when you do the checks. Just the fact whether the Green Pass is valid or not, full stop, no tracking.
The decision not to track was a policy-based decision, a technological limitation-based decision, or no?
No, a policy decision. From a technological perspective, you could have done much more, but there was like a number of as I said, the discussions in terms of privacy, discrimination, no, not discrimination, but in that case, intrusion in private life of individuals. Even because now, like the Green Pass, at least in Italy, is used everywhere. So if we were to track people, you would know where everyone is at any moment.
Either of the other panelists have something to add to this, or should we move on?
I mean, the only thing I would add is that I think China is using its pass system more like what Francesca described Italy is not doing it for. I mean, they do use it, I think, to track movement. You have to show a pass if you've been somewhere or not been somewhere. They don't always use it in all areas, but I think they use it to control movement at times.
We have a question on the board for, I believe, for Professor Rees, which is, I'll read it to everyone. What are the legal ways in which we can counter misinformation?
That's a really tricky one because in the United States, the First Amendment really limits government's ability to do that. There's a number, it would be problematic for government to directly step in and prohibit misinformation. And I think that's not a bad thing because imagine your worst government and imagine them having the right to decide what's misinformation, what's not, or what's not. However, there is a number of other things you can do legally. One is, for example, there is a tort called negligent misinformation that causes physical harm. In some circumstances, you may be able to use it, but you'd need the right kind of case, as is often the case for tort liability. Maybe if it's commercial, the FTC has a part to regulate misleading commercial speech without having to go through the court, and as does the FDA for misleading products. And they have done it for COVID treatment. So there's some, but not a lot. Socially, first of all, there's a lot of people working to counter misinformation and instruct people how to do effective debunking, etc. And I think that's probably broader than legal tools against misinformation. And pressure on social media companies are lucky to have pretty broad discretion to stamp down on misinformation, but they don't always want to. So social pressure on media companies can lead to less misinformation, but it's hard.
Misinformation, or that they have a broader interest in not policing their platforms?
Social media companies have an interest in being big and making money. These groups are very passionate and very active. So you want the social media company to take it down, they need to have a reason to think that the growth that these groups, this very passionate, very dedicated group brings them is offset by something that can probably, you're probably looking for something that they can think will harm them and not just society.
Although again, everyone may have some views about it, but it does seem that the passport, the institution of the passport has this bifurcated character. It's sometimes described as a incentive to get people to get their vaccines. And it's sometimes described as a way to protect the vaccinated public from people who choose not to get their vaccines. One thing that Professor Diller said was that it was not clear to him that the actual purpose was always the stated purpose with respect to the choice between these two things, if I understood you correctly. I'm wondering if you can say a little bit more about it and about whether which you believe has been the driving force and how that might affect how we assess the success of programs like this.
Sure. Well, it really depends on the jurisdiction, and you have to dig into the press conferences or the public statements of officials in terms of what they were thinking. Some of them may have put purposes in their whereas clause of the order or what have you. But I think some jurisdictions like New York, Mayor de Blasio was very forthright about this is a carrot and a stick. We want this to be a reason to raise our vaccination rate. I think when you heard discussions of this at the federal level, even though it didn't go through, but there was a period couple of months ago where there was talk about doing it for airplanes, there the conversation seemed to focus more on the other rationale of a safe environment. But that might also be because that rationale works better nationally than the incentive argument, which might work better in New York. So I think you're seeing a lot of regional or local variation based on, to some extent, political palatability.
You all cannot probably tell that I'm staring at the boxes of the other panelists to see if they have anything to add. I
mean, I just like to add that what Professor Diaz said makes a lot of sense. I think aside from the protect and protect versus rewards, there's also the broader, what can we open? And I think Professor Dila addressed that vaccine passport are kind of way to square the circle between we're nervous about opening this, but here are some ways we can do more with the restrictions. I don't know if that's a carrot or a more systemic thing, if it's the same as your carrot. I'm asking Professor Dila, do you think that saying this kind of passport will allow us to do things we otherwise aren't at the place we can do is more of a carrot or more of a systemic?
I think it's both, again, in the sense that I mean, what's good, bad, fascinating, whatever you want to call it about the US is we're such a decentralized country, which I think a lot of folks from other more centralized regimes find, rather startling. But when you think about the places where that argument was made, New York, San Francisco, where have you, I mean, you did have vast swaths of the country like Texas, Florida, where all of that was totally open. So I think that was a rebuttal that was available to those who were skeptical of that rationale, was to say, well, it's open there, so do we really need this here to open it? But I think it worked politically as a rationale in those places for the mayors who implemented these to some extent.
This might wind up being the rare situation where we actually eventually may have rich enough data to assess outcomes on both fronts, right? Because of the local variation and because there's a plausible measure of both effects. It might be possible once using the pre-Omicron data, since there seems to be local data on infection rates that's reasonably reliable before the most recent variant, that you would be able to tease out both safety effects and incentive effects if you have enough jurisdictional variation. I'm not sure if you do, but it's going to be at least a plausible effort, I think, for the econometricians and the social scientists to undertake. That will be a useful thing to know, I think, going forward. So that's important. I did want to follow up on that discussion by asking the normative subsidiarity question, which is about what the ideal level of government is for this kind of effort. It seems that we have on the table from this discussion both a highly internationalized version, although in some ways it's not that dissimilar in scale to federal intervention in the United States, what's happening in the EU. And as I think Paul said this, tell me if I misunderstood you or if I've appreciated this only in part, it seems as if the institution of a passport system has been largely local, and the preemption of passport systems has been largely at the state level. So we have all three of government's levels of government doing their thing, and the standard subsidiary question in the abstract is who ought to be doing it, and I'm curious about views about that. Ms. Godina, you want to start us off?
No, I'm just curious to hear Paul about that.
Okay.
He's the real expert.
Well, see, as Aaron may know, I'm a little biased in that I have always been a big fan of local policymaking and local experimentation. I recently worked on a proposal by the National League of Cities to bolster what we call in the US home rule, meaning more municipal policymaking. So My own view is because there is so much uncertainty about how effective these are, which, as Professor Sager points out, maybe we'll get better data about that. And there are really emotionally laden civil rights questions. There's also, I didn't get into it in my presentation, but there is potentially a question of disparate impact in these vaccine passport regimes on different demographic groups. Strikes me that that is the best sort of thing to roll out locally and let it be worked out at the local level, as well as all of the variation that I discussed, which is why I'm more sympathetic to doing this by city council ordinance or notice and comment rulemaking, because then you can allow people to chime in on the nitty gritty. And in my view, the nitty gritty really does or can matter. Like, what kind of religious exemptions do we allow? What is the process for that? What is the substitute if you have a religious exemption? Which age? What dosage? Which age? That there's so much detail, and people have such strong feelings about that I would think you want to have as many conversations about that as possible.
I'm really sympathetic to what Paul said right now, and I think starting local is really good. But building on a comment in the chat, I'd add the usual caveat that it depends, because we know that some countries are requiring vaccination for entry, and that's not going to be a local effort. That has to be at the country level, determining entry requirements. So I think it depends what kind of passports we're talking about to some degree. I don't think that's particularly controversial. Just to remind everyone that we're focusing on one set of passports, but we're going to see entry requirement as we've had for yellow fever in several countries for a long time, and sometimes in other countries. And my one caveat about the local government issue, my one question there, and I think Paul knows it much more than I do, is we know, so it's always a case when you have a local policy. What do you do when there's a lot of travel between cities that are near each other? And I expect that many people do know what's going on in the next city, but my one implementation question would be, how would that work if you have 3 cities next to each other with very different, but that's not unique to this context, and I'm not sure it's that big of a problem. I'd be curious what Paul thinks.
I think that's a great question or point to think about in this context. That tends to be a bigger problem when you have variation in local criminal laws. Like, is it illegal to have a switchblade in Bridgeport, Connecticut instead of Waterbury? You walk from one town into another, and all of a sudden you've broken the law. You can get arrested, prosecuted, convicted. Vaccine passports are a little different in that it's the onus is primarily on the business. And these are businesses that are, I think, almost exclusively brick and mortar. So they know where they are. And so most of these, or many of these regimes, maybe most, the ones I've seen, I've been to Chicago, seen a couple others, they require a sign on the door. So there's no surprise there once you get to that city. I guess the concern might be, well, what if someone's traveling across the country and they need to stop for a meal and they don't have their paperwork, or they aren't vaccinated? And now we get into questions of, do we view this as more of a common carrier who should serve all? But I think most of these regimes still allow for takeout, so you could take it, eat it in your car, however you're traveling. So I'm a lot less worried about the criminal enforcement problem in this context.
From what we had actually from sort of like real life experience, I would say that we still have sort of a mix of that, because you have like the Green Pass, and the Green Pass is the government, which says that a Green Pass has to be used like to enter the work premises. It's fine, but then you have like cities, municipalities, which can have like different rules. At the end of the day, is a nightmare, honestly, because I mean, I agree with Paul and with Dorit that if you want to get really into the nitty-gritty, which may have a material weight in this sort of context, you need to have it managed locally. But the thing is that because it's so debatable, then it's going to be difficult, like for people to be able to comply with all the rules and to be sure that, I mean, to remember that if you're going in that city, you have like to show the, I mean, I wouldn't say green pass, because if it's managed locally, you may not have the IT infrastructure and whatever. So let's assume it's a ticket or a paper sheet or whatever, but then you may know the rule, and at least you must have some sort of common understanding of when you get the card, if you are vaccinated, if you recover. So there must be some sort of like an initial set of rules, which is common for all the countries or cities or states. And then you may probably on that common step build up differences. So one city may ask it for more reasons or another, but at least I think, because I mean, traveling from one city to another, one state to another is fairly normal. And the thing is, what if one state has very stringent rules, and in order to get the vaccination card, I have to do, I don't know, paperwork or something difficult, and I can't access the city. So just like my 2 cents.
Right, and one of the ways, I think one of the interesting things about this particular situation was that travel was either prohibited or discouraged during the times where the vaccine passports felt most necessary. So there was less, but I do know, speaking as a citizen, that it appeared that the biggest problem that New York did not think of at all before they rolled out their passport was international tourism. And suddenly there were all these Chinese tourists with Sino vaccine paperwork written in a language that no restaurateur in New York could read, and considerable doubt about whether the vaccines were good enough. And the city really was caught quite flat-footed when it suddenly realized that as it was trying to bring back tourism, it had established a system that essentially made it impossible for tourists from non-English speaking jurisdictions, certainly, to enter any restaurant in the city, and it found itself flailing. I'd love to talk about this more, but I do have a duty to keep us on schedule, and this panel is supposed to end at this time. So I'm going to thank our 3 panelists and ask the audience to provide the virtual equivalent of applause for having had them join us. And I'm going to hand the podium back to Alyssa to see if she has any final remarks. Thank you again to our 3 panelists.
Thank you so much, Professor Sager, and thank you to our panelists. That is really the end of this. This has been a really great experience for me. I want to thank all of the amazing panelists and moderators that we had throughout today. I have to say that when I initially came up and decided on this topic, I didn't think it would still be quite as relevant as it is. But it was really exciting for me to have so many great lawyers and scholars and practitioners to speak about these things, which are really like ever evolving still. So to be able to at least dive into what things look like at this moment was very exciting for me. And as a reminder, if you are an attorney trying to get CLE credit, please fill out the affidavit and the attestation form within 30 days. Thank you all very much.
And we'll extend our applause and thanks to Alyssa and all of her colleagues for making this event happen in our new virtual world. So thanks very much to her, and our congratulations. Thank you, everyone. Be well.